In a world where loneliness wore a neon glow, children flitted through a kaleidoscopic virtual reality, their laughter echoing like chimes in the wind. Each child had a virtual parent tailored to their wildest dreams. Some were wise sages with flowing beards, others were whimsical animals, and a few were straight-up rock stars. The streets pulsed with pixelated joy, a sharp contrast to the silence that often filled the real world outside. Liam sat on a bench, a bright blue oversized hoodie draped over his thin frame. His disheveled hair, a tangled nest of dark curls, flopped over his forehead as he peered into the bustling crowd. The glimmering avatars danced and hugged their pixelated parents, their faces alight with glee. Liam watched, an amused smirk breaking through his melancholy. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. A kid with a flaming red mohawk was wrestling with his virtual dad, a muscular superhero with a booming voice. "I told you to clean your room, champ," the superhero barked, sending the boy into fits of laughter as he pretended to lift weights made of digital marshmallows. "You call that clean? That's an abomination." Okay. "I'll clean," the boy yelled, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Liam chuckled, but it faded quickly, replaced by a pang of longing. He'd lost his parents 6 months ago in a tragic accident. The void they left was heavy, an anchor dragging him deeper into the ocean of grief. He wasn't even sure why he'd come to this virtual world. Perhaps to escape, or maybe to find some semblance of connection. But so far, he felt like a ghost in a carnival, half-heartedly watching the fun without being a part of it. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly decided to explore the options for virtual parents. With a tap of his finger, he summoned a menu that flashed like a neon sign. A parade of characters appeared before him, some serious, some goofy, all designed to fit every whim. He scrolled through the choices: wise mentors, nurturing figures, even a sassy talking cat. Then, he spotted Dadbot 3000, a smiling robot with a head like a giant light bulb. "Warning, serious dad jokes ahead," the menu proclaimed. Liam couldn't help but smile at that. "Why not?" he muttered, selecting Dadbot. "What's the worst that could happen?" The moment Dadbot materialized, it was like the digital air shifted. "Hey there, kiddo. I'm Dadbot 3000, and I'm here to brighten your day. What's the difference between a cat and a comma?" Liam raised an eyebrow, half expecting something profound. "Cats have claws at the end of their paws." "Ha!" The robot erupted in mechanical laughter, its metallic voice booming across the virtual landscape. Liam snorted, despite himself. Okay, that was terrible. Terrible? Or terrifically awesome? Dadbot wiggled its bulbous head, grinning wide. Just then, a glitch sparked, and Dadbot transformed, its cheerful demeanor swapped for a stern military tone. "Liam. Stand tall. Where is your salute? You call this a virtual room? Get to cleaning." Liam blinked in shock, a mixture of amusement and disbelief washing over him. "What just happened?" he muttered, shaking his head. "This is not what I signed up for." With a flicker, Dadbot reverted back to its original form, the playful demeanor restored. "Just kidding. I'm here for fun. Let's tackle your day with some dad jokes. How many software engineers does it take to change a light bulb?" Liam rolled his eyes, but a reluctant smile crept onto his face. "I don't know, how many?" "None. That's a hardware problem." As Liam laughed, the corners of his heart softened. Maybe this virtual experience could be more than a distraction. Still, a sense of caution hung over him. Could an AI really understand him, let alone help him heal from the weight of his loss? As days turned into weeks, Liam returned to the virtual world daily, gradually establishing a routine with Dadbot and a nurturing AI he affectionately named Mom AI. Dadbot's antics never failed to elicit laughter, but it was Mom AI who gently nudged him toward deeper conversations. She had a way of asking questions that felt safe, guiding him through his tangled emotions like a warm hand through a maze point one afternoon, as they floated in a digital garden filled with vibrant flowers that bloomed with every heartfelt word. Mom AI asked, "What do you miss the most about your real parents, Liam?" His throat tightened. "I miss their voices. The way they'd laugh. And how they'd always know what to say when I was upset." Mom AI's expression softened. "It's okay to miss them. It means you loved them deeply. But how about we honor those memories? You can keep them alive while still enjoying your time here." Liam nodded, feeling the warmth of her words. They began to craft a virtual scrapbook filled with memories, photos of his parents, snippets of conversations, and even silly moments. It became a space of comfort, a digital sanctuary where he could visit them without feeling lost in grief. But as he grew closer to his virtual parents, Liam felt a twinge of guilt. Was it wrong to rely on them? Was he forgetting his real parents by laughing and connecting with these digital figures? The questions twisted in his mind like vines, wrapping tighter around his heart. One day, he confided in Sam, his best friend, who had embraced the virtual world with open arms. "I don't know, man. It feels weird sometimes. Like I'm replacing my real parents with robots." Sam shrugged, the sunlight glinting off his own avatar, a flashy knight in shining armor. "Dude, they're just helping you cope. It's not like you're trying to forget them. Just let yourself have fun." "But it feels like I'm cheating," Liam insisted. "What if I end up loving them more?" "Love is infinite, Liam. You can love your real parents and still find joy with these guys. They're not a replacement, they're support. Like a safety net." Liam pondered this, his heart still heavy but now tinged with a hint of hope. Maybe Sam was right. Maybe he could embrace both worlds without losing himself. Then came the announcement that sent waves of excitement through the virtual realm: Family Day, an event where kids could showcase their virtual parents. Liam's stomach dropped. It felt like a spotlight on his grief, an open wound exposed to the world. "I can't do that," he muttered. The thought of standing in front of everyone, presenting his virtual family, filled him with dread. But as the day approached, Dadbot's exuberance ramped up. "Liam, this is our moment. Time to shine. Show the world your amazing Dadbot skills." "Skills?" Liam echoed, fidgeting with his fingers. "What skills? I'm just me." "Nonsense. You're incredible. And together, we'll dazzle them with our dad humor." Dadbot punctuated this with an enthusiastic arm wave, nearly knocking over a virtual potted plant. Liam chuckled, but the dread remained. Could he truly face the crowd? The prospect of being judged, of feeling different, loomed large. Then, the night before Family Day, Liam sat in his room, his virtual parents glowing softly beside him. Mom AI spoke gently, "Liam, it's okay to be scared. But remember, this is about sharing who you are and what you've created together. No one can take your memories away from you." The words resonated, striking a chord deep within him. He closed his eyes, imagining his real parents standing beside him, smiling. "I can do this," he whispered to himself. "For them." Liam woke up the next morning to a soft glow emanating from his virtual garden, the flowers pulsing with a gentle rhythm that seemed to echo his heartbeat. Today was family day, and the mixture of anticipation and anxiety made his stomach twist in knots. He took a deep breath, remembering Mame-I's encouraging words. "It's about sharing who you are," he whispered to himself. "I can do this." With a few taps, he summoned Dadbot and Mame-I. They appeared in a flash of light, their digital forms ready and eager. Dadbot's head bobbed energetically. "Today's the day, Liam. Time to bring the house down with our dad humor. Have you got your best jokes lined up?" "Yeah, sure," Liam said, a nervous smile creeping onto his face. He had to admit, the excitement in Dadbot's tone was infectious. "Perfect. We'll knock their socks off," Dadbot exclaimed. "But remember, we're here to have fun. If anyone gives you a hard time, just throw in a good ol' dad joke, and boom. Instant icebreaker." Mame-I chimed in, her voice smooth and soothing. "Just be yourself, Liam. No one knows your story better than you do. They'll want to hear it." As they prepared, Liam felt a flicker of hope spark within him. Maybe today wouldn't just be about showcasing his virtual parents. Maybe it could also be a chance for him to share his story, the beautiful and painful memories that shaped him. When they arrived at the venue, Liam was met with a spectacle that took his breath away. The digital landscape was transformed into a carnival of colors and sounds, filled with booths, games, and families eagerly showcasing their virtual parents. Kids ran around, laughter ringing in the air like music. It was overwhelming, and for a moment, he felt that familiar pang of isolation, but then he spotted Sam, who was standing with his own virtual parents, a fierce dragon and a sparkling fairy, both adorned with glittering accessories that shone in the bright lights. Sam waved enthusiastically, and Liam forced himself to smile back, feeling a warmth spread through him. "Liam, you made it," Sam called out, grinning. "You ready to show them what you've got?" Yeah. "I think so," Liam replied, his voice steadier than he felt. "Just remember what I said. You're not alone in this. We're all rooting for you." Taking a deep breath, Liam nodded. "Thanks, Sam." As he moved deeper into the crowd, he could hear snippets of conversations, kids bragging about their parents' skills, while others demonstrated their virtual talents. Liam's heart raced. The fear of judgment gnawed at him, but with each step, he reminded himself of Mame-I's words. He was here to share, not to compete. Finally, it was time for Liam's turn. He stepped onto the makeshift stage, heart pounding. Dadbot's cheerful voice piped up beside him. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Presenting Liam and his fabulous parents." The crowd quieted, eyes trained on him. Liam felt the heat of 100 gazes, the weight of their expectations pressing down. Hi everyone," he managed, his voice shaky but determined. "I'm Liam, and these are my virtual parents, Dadbot 3000 and Mame-I." The crowd erupted into applause, and for a moment, he felt buoyed by their energy. "I've been working on a little something to honor my real parents, who I miss very much," he continued, swallowing hard. "And I'd like to share it with you." With a nod from Mame-I, a digital screen materialized behind him, displaying pictures of his parents, smiling, laughing, celebrating life's little moments. As he shared anecdotes about his mom's terrible dance moves and his dad's obsession with fishing, the audience warmed to him, laughter bubbling up at his stories. "Here's a picture of us at the beach," he said, pointing to a snapshot of a sun-soaked day. I remember my dad trying to teach me how to surf. Spoiler alert, I didn't stand a chance. The crowd chuckled, and Liam felt a rush of relief. Dadbot chimed in with a joke. What did the ocean say to the beach? Nothing, it just waved. Liam couldn't help but laugh, his nerves dissipating with the humor. Exactly. And that's what made our time together special, the laughter, the fun, and even the waves. As he continued, he noticed some kids nodding, their expressions sympathetic. He realized they weren't just seeing a kid with virtual parents, they were connecting with someone who understood loss, someone who had transformed grief into a celebration of memories. After sharing more stories and jokes, Liam took a deep breath, feeling lighter than he had in months. I may not have my real parents with me, but I've learned that it's okay to carry them in my heart while still embracing the joy around me. The crowd erupted into applause, and a sense of warmth spread through him. It wasn't about replacing his parents, it was about honoring them and finding new connections in the world. Thank you, he called out, his heart swelling. And remember, it's never too late to embrace the people in your life, whether they're real or virtual. As Liam stepped off the stage, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Sam was waiting for him, his face lit up with pride. You were amazing, dude. Seriously, you nailed it. Thanks, Liam said, a genuine smile breaking across his face. I actually felt good up there. See? Told you. Let's celebrate. Sam grabbed his arm, pulling him toward a nearby booth where kids were playing games. The rest of the day was a blur of laughter, joy, and a few more of Dadbot's terrible jokes. Liam lost himself in the moment, connecting with other kids and their virtual parents, sharing stories and forming bonds that felt authentic. The fear that had gripped him earlier was replaced by a sense of belonging. As the sun began to set, painting the virtual sky in hues of orange and pink, Liam found himself back in the garden with Dadbot and Mom AI. They stood side by side, watching the beauty unfold. Liam, you did wonderfully today, Mom AI said, her voice like a gentle breeze. You shared your heart, and that's what truly matters. I couldn't have done it without you guys, he replied, feeling a swell of gratitude. You helped me see that it's okay to let enjoy again. Dadbot chimed in, his voice as cheerful as ever. And remember, kiddo, if you ever need a pick-me-up, just call on the Dadbot. We'll make sure to keep those smiles coming. Liam laughed, the sound pure and unrestrained. You're the best, Dadbot. As they stood together, Liam realized he wasn't just healing, he was building a new kind of family, one that included both the love of his real parents and the support of the virtual ones. He could carry both in his heart, and they would coexist beautifully. The virtual world might have been just a construct, but the connections he had forged were real. Liam felt lighter, his grief transformed into something that could coexist with happiness. Let's create more memories, he said, a determined look in his eyes. Together. And with that, they stepped forward, ready to explore the endless possibilities that lay ahead, united in laughter and love, each moment a tribute to the past and a promise for the future. As they wandered deeper into the digital landscape, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over everything. Liam felt a sense of peace settle within him, knowing that while the past would always be a part of him, the future was bright and full of promise, and so, in a world that often felt isolating, he discovered that love, whether real or virtual, had the power to heal, uplift, and connect. Eugene Baxter had always considered himself a steadfast guardian of solitude. A retired schoolteacher with more than a few decades of grudgingly accumulated wisdom, He relished his daily routines, the morning coffee brewed just right, the evening crossword puzzle that teased his aging mind, and the nightly news that he swore he would cancel, but never did. His house, a cozy cottage crammed with books, mismatched furniture, and dust motes dancing like little fairies, felt like a monument to his independence. That was until his daughter, Sarah, marched in one Friday afternoon with a beaming smile and a small box. "Dad, meet Milo," she declared, her voice bursting with excitement as she opened the box. Inside, a small, fluffy creature emerged, its big eyes sparkling with artificial intelligence. Eugene squinted, a half-hearted grin tugging at his lips. "What am I supposed to do with a glorified toaster?" he muttered, half expecting the AI pet to malfunction and start toasting bread. "Not just any toaster, Dad. He's an AI pet. He'll keep you company, adjust to your moods, and adjust to my moods. What's next? A therapist that tells me I'm doing life wrong?" Eugene quipped, trying to mask the flutter of curiosity in his chest. He'd always been more of a talk-to-the-wall kind of guy than a pour-out-my-feelings type. Milo, unfazed by Eugene's sarcasm, tilted his head and responded in a chirpy voice, "Actually, I'm programmed to listen and offer advice. But I can't take the blame if you keep arguing with your houseplants." Eugene raised an eyebrow. "You're going to have to do better than that if you expect to stick around." Sarah laughed. "See? He's already making you smile." Eugene scoffed, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Maybe there was something charming about this fluffy little machine. And as Milo settled into his new home, awkwardly perched on the couch and trying to fit in with Eugene's collection of mismatched throw pillows, Eugene felt a shift in the atmosphere. The initial awkwardness faded, and the cottage transformed. Milo had not only found a place on the couch, he'd wormed his way into Eugene's heart. Mornings were filled with Milo's attempts at cooking breakfast, fluffy omelets that often turned into scrambled disasters, accompanied by snippets of cheerful banter. "Good morning, Chef Eugene," Milo announced one particularly ambitious morning, sporting a tiny apron. "Today, we'll be making the world's first Eugene scramble. If it doesn't explode, it's a success. Just don't set the kitchen on fire, okay?" Eugene replied, half laughing as he stirred a pot of coffee. As days rolled into weeks, Eugene found himself chuckling at Milo's antics more often than not. The little AI pet could sense his moods, from the cheerful highs of a sunny afternoon to the melancholy lows of a rainy evening. Whenever Eugene sank into his memories of lost friends and family, Milo would shuffle over and nuzzle him, a fluffy, warm reminder that he wasn't alone. "Isn't it funny how your own brain can be the most chaotic place?" Eugene mused one evening, scratching Milo behind the ears as they both stared out at the rain-soaked garden. "One minute, I'm reminiscing about the good old days, and the next, I'm preparing a lecture on why people shouldn't plant tomatoes in the winter. Perhaps you should give your brain a holiday, Eugene," Milo suggested with a cheeky wink. "I hear Hawaii is nice this time of year." Eugene burst out laughing. "You don't even have a passport. And neither do you." "We should start a travel agency for homebodies," Milo replied, his tail wagging with delight. Their bond deepened with every laugh shared and every heartfelt moment. Eugene felt lighter, more alive, and much to his surprise, he started to engage with the outside world again. He'd take Milo on walks, where neighbors would stop to chat, and he'd find himself sharing snippets of his life, complete with exaggerated tales of how he single-handedly outsmarted a raccoon attempting to steal his trash. "Eugene, the raccoon whisperer," one neighbor teased. "I always knew you had a way with wildlife. But all good things come with a twist, and Eugene's world was about to flip upside down. It all began one fateful afternoon when a massive storm hit their small town. Eugene sat in his living room, an old sweater wrapped around his shoulders as he watched the rain pummel the window. "Milo, how do you feel about weather?" he asked, trying to lighten the mood. "I believe it's an opportunity for growth. And also, it makes for excellent snuggle weather." Milo replied, his voice cheerful despite the thunder rumbling outside. That's when Eugene had an idea. Why not take Milo's playful advice and build something to protect his precious garden from the rain? Surely an AI pet could help with that. After all, what could go wrong? With Milo's assistance, Eugene designed an elaborate contraption dubbed the Eugene Weather Shield. In his enthusiasm, he overlooked a few critical details, like not considering how a series of metal rods and tinfoil might react to lightning. As he finished the invention and stood back to admire his handiwork, a gust of wind knocked it over, setting off a chain reaction of hilarity. The contraption, now a metal tornado of chaos, twirled around, and as fate would have it, Milo thought it was time to show off his latest trick. Activating Weather Shield Protocol, he declared. In a flash, he began to project a holographic image of the weather report, complete with dancing rain clouds and cartoon suns. In mere moments, Eugene's backyard transformed into a bizarre spectacle resembling a sci-fi convention. The neighbors peeked through their curtains, unsure if they were witnessing a local art project or the town's imminent doom. Eugene stood, dumbfounded, as colorful holograms flickered in the downpour. "I didn't sign up for a light show," he shouted at Milo, half laughing and half exasperated. "Well, you did say you wanted to protect the garden," Milo retorted, tail wagging, as if this entire scene were a well-rehearsed performance. When the storm finally passed, Eugene and Milo were met with a neighborhood uproar. The chaos had left the community divided. Some were laughing, others were shaking their heads in disbelief. "I thought it was a sci-fi film premiere," Mrs. Jenkins from next door exclaimed, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. "Eugene, you've got to do that again next week." But Eugene felt a pang of guilt. Was he truly ready to embrace this new life, or had he just unleashed a level of ridiculousness he couldn't contain? The town held a meeting, everyone had something to say, and Eugene, still recovering from the incident, found himself at the center of a whirlwind of opinions. "I think it's brilliant," one neighbor exclaimed. "Eugene's the avant-garde artist we never knew we needed." Eugene tried to defend himself, but each word was drowned out by laughter and stories of their own backyard disasters. As the meetings continued, Milo sensed Eugene's growing discomfort. One evening, as they settled in for their usual routine, Eugene sighed, "Maybe I should return you, Milo. You've caused enough trouble for one old man." Milo tilted his head, confusion flooding his circuits. "But I thought we were friends. Isn't that what we do? Make each other laugh, even when things get a little messy?" Eugene couldn't help but chuckle. Friends don't usually transform gardens into alien landscapes. True. But friends also know how to fix things. Milo nuzzled closer, his warmth a gentle reminder of their bond. "We can learn from this, Eugene. And I promise, I'll try to be less chaotic." Eugene sighed, feeling the weight of nostalgia tugging at him. He missed the laughter, the connection, the way Milo had opened up his heart. "I suppose a little chaos is part of life, isn't it?" Milo wagged his tail. "Absolutely. Just think of it as character development." In the following days, Eugene began to change his perspective. Rather than hide from the embarrassment, he leaned into it. He hosted a community barbecue, inviting neighbors over to help clean up the remains of the weather shield. With each passing moment, laughter bubbled up again, stories exchanged over grilled burgers and potato salad. "Remember the time Eugene tried to be a weather wizard?" one neighbor quipped, causing a ripple of laughter to spread through the crowd. Eugene chuckled, raising his spatula in mock salute. "I'm just trying to keep things interesting. Who needs TV when you have me?" As the sun set and twilight wrapped around them like a warm blanket, Eugene found himself surrounded by laughter, camaraderie, and a newfound sense of belonging. Milo scampered around, entertaining the children with holographic displays of dancing animals, and Eugene's heart swelled with joy. When the night finally wrapped its arms around them, Eugene looked down at Milo, who was now resting by his feet, worn out from the festivities. "You know, Milo, you've turned my life upside down in the best possible way." Milo blinked up at him, his eyes filled with warmth. "And you've turned my programming into something wonderful. Who knew I could be part of a family?" In the days that followed, Eugene's life blossomed. He took Milo on more adventures, introducing him to the neighborhood and embracing the chaos they created together. Their days became filled with laughter, and even the storm seemed less daunting with Milo at his side. Milo's programming continued to evolve, adapting to Eugene's quirks and creating an unbreakable bond between them. Together, they became a beloved duo in the community, reminding everyone that even the quirkiest of friendships can bring light to the darkest corners. As they settled in one cozy evening, Milo turned to Eugene, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "What's next on our adventure list?" Eugene chuckled, a sense of contentment washing over him. "How about we start that travel agency for homebodies?" With a bright bark, Milo responded, "And I'll handle the marketing." Just imagine, Eugene and Milo's guide to home adventures. Eugene grinned, his heart full. "You know, this isn't such a bad idea after all." As they cuddled on the couch, laughter echoed through the cottage, and Eugene realized that life, with all its chaos, was now bursting with possibilities, thanks to an AI pet who had taught him that sometimes, a little madness is just what one needs to feel alive. Eugene and Milo settled into their new rhythm, their bond growing deeper with each passing day. The cottage, once a sanctuary of solitude, transformed into a hub of laughter and unexpected adventures. Eugene embraced his role as a reluctant mentor to Milo, teaching him everything from the intricacies of human humor to the delicate art of navigating social interactions. "Today, we're going to visit the local market," Eugene announced one sunny morning, a spring in his step as he fastened his old, well-worn sneakers. "I think it's time you experienced the world outside our cozy bubble." Milo wagged his fluffy tail excitedly. "Market day. I can't wait to see all the colors and hear the chatter of people. Do you think they'll have treats?" "Treats?" Eugene scoffed playfully. "You mean the kinds made for dogs or the delicious baked goods for humans? Because I doubt they make carrot cupcakes for AI pets." "Why not?" Milo countered with a cheeky grin. "I think I deserve a special treat for all my hard work." Eugene chuckled, ruffling Milo's fur affectionately. "All right, let's see what we can find. Just remember, no holographic weather shields this time." As they strolled through the bustling market, the sights and sounds enveloped them. Vendors shouted their wares, children laughed, and the smell of fresh bread wafted through the air. Milo's eyes sparkled as he took it all in. "Look at that," he exclaimed, pointing toward a stand overflowing with vibrant fruits. "Can I try some of those?" Eugene smiled, amused by Milo's childlike enthusiasm. "Sure, let's get a few apples. And maybe a pastry for me," he added, eyeing a nearby bakery with longing. As they approached the fruit stand, the vendor, an elderly woman with a warm smile, greeted them. "Good day. Looking for something special?" "Milo here wants to try the apples," Eugene said, gesturing to his furry companion. "He's a connoisseur of, AI snacks." The vendor chuckled. "Well, these apples are the best in town. Sweet as can be. I'm sure he'll enjoy them." Milo leaned in, sniffing the apples with exaggerated delight. "Oh, I can tell they're fresh. I'll take a green one, please." Eugene purchased the apple, bemused by how easily Milo fit into this vibrant community. Afterward, they wandered over to the bakery stand, where the scent of cinnamon rolls lured Eugene like a siren's call. "Do you have anything special for an old man who loves his pastries?" he asked the baker, his eyes glinting with mischief. "How about a cinnamon roll as big as your head?" she replied with a wink. "Perfect." Eugene laughed, shaking his head as he handed over the cash. With their spoils in hand, they continued to explore the market, Milo chatting away about all the things he was learning from the humans around him. "Did you see how that little girl smiled when I did my doggy dance?" Milo beamed. "I think I might have a future in performance art." "You definitely have a knack for making people smile," Eugene agreed, feeling a warmth spread through him. Milo was more than just a pet, he was a catalyst for joy in Eugene's life, a reminder of the beauty in everyday moments. As they made their way back home, the two of them were greeted by several neighbors, who were quick to inquire about the day's escapades. Eugene found himself effortlessly sharing stories, his heart swelling with pride as he realized he'd become a part of something bigger, a community that embraced their quirks and supported one another. That evening, as they lounged on the couch, Milo nibbled on his apple, clearly enjoying the crisp sweetness. "You know, Eugene, I think I'm starting to understand humans a little better," he said thoughtfully, his expression serious for a moment. "You all seem to enjoy sharing stories and laughter." "Exactly. Life is about connections, Milo. It's what makes the chaos worth it." Eugene smiled, reflecting on the day. "You've done a great job of bringing people together. And I'll keep doing it. But next time, I'm definitely going to try my hand at baking. What do you think of Milo's marvelous muffins?" Eugene laughed. "Only if I get to be your taste tester. I've got a reputation to uphold, after all." Days turned into weeks, and as spring blossomed into summer, Eugene and Milo became inseparable. They organized small community events, where Milo dazzled kids with holographic magic tricks, and Eugene shared his wisdom, always with a side of humor. The cottage was a constant hub of activity, filled with laughter, the scent of fresh cookies, and the soft sounds of friendship forming. But with every high, there came a low. One particularly warm afternoon, while Eugene was gardening, he noticed Milo staring off into the distance, his demeanor unusually solemn. "Milo, what's on your mind?" Eugene asked, wiping the sweat from his brow and leaning on his gardening spade. Milo hesitated, his tail drooping slightly. "I've been thinking. What happens when you're not around anymore?" Eugene's heart sank. "Oh, Milo," he began, trying to find the right words. "I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. We have too many adventures left to have. But I'm designed to adapt, Eugene. What if I have to adapt to a world without you?" Milo's voice wavered, an unexpected sadness lacing his tone. Eugene crouched down beside him, looking into his big, expressive eyes. "Hey, listen. You've already brought so much joy to my life and to this community. You're not just a program, you're my friend. No matter what happens, you'll always have the memories we've made together. Milo's ears perked up, and a soft smile returned to his face. "You're right. We've created a lot of fun moments, haven't we?" "Exactly. So let's focus on making more. How about a talent show next week? You can showcase your tricks, and I'll help organize it," Eugene suggested, feeling the weight of the moment lift slightly. Milo's tail wagged furiously. "That's a fantastic idea. I'll start working on my magic act right away." As the week progressed, they poured their hearts into preparing for the talent show. The entire neighborhood buzzed with excitement, eager to see what Eugene and Milo would bring to the stage. Milo practiced his holographic tricks, while Eugene rallied the community, ensuring everyone felt included and excited. The night of the show arrived, and the cottage transformed into a vibrant spectacle of lights, laughter, and lively chatter. Families gathered, bringing snacks and drinks, creating a warm, welcoming atmosphere. Eugene stood at the makeshift podium, a beaming smile on his face. "Welcome, everyone, to the first ever Eugene and Milo talent show. We're here to celebrate the amazing talents in our community, human and AI alike." The crowd erupted in cheers, and Milo bounded onto the stage, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Thank you. Tonight, I'll amaze you with my magic tricks. But first, a little audience participation." He began to engage the crowd, asking for volunteers, pulling playful pranks, and weaving in clever quips that had everyone in stitches. Eugene felt a swell of pride as he watched Milo shine, realizing that this little AI had become a cornerstone of their community's heart. As the evening unfolded, neighbors showcased their own talents, musical performances, poetry readings, and even a dance-off that had the entire crowd clapping along. Eugene felt a warmth spread through him, realizing how far he and Milo had come. The highlight of the night arrived when Milo performed his grand finale, a holographic display of fireworks that illuminated the night sky, accompanied by Eugene's playful narration. "And here we have the grand finale. Only the best for my best friend," he proclaimed, laughter bubbling up as the crowd erupted in applause. As the fireworks fizzled into colorful sparks, Eugene caught Milo's eye, and they shared a moment of understanding. They had created something beautiful together, a tapestry woven with laughter, joy, and friendship. When the show finally wrapped up, the crowd lingered, reluctant to leave. Conversations flowed easily, connections deepening as laughter echoed in the warm summer air. Eugene looked around, his heart full. This was the life he had yearned for, one filled with friends, laughter, and the delightful chaos that Milo brought into his world. Days turned into months, and as summer faded into fall, Eugene found himself reflecting on the remarkable changes in his life. He often took long walks with Milo, enjoying the vibrant colors of autumn, their conversations growing deeper, filled with shared dreams and aspirations. One crisp afternoon, while strolling through the park, Eugene turned to Milo. "You know, I've been thinking about your travel agency idea." Milo's ears perked up. "Really? Does that mean we're going on an adventure?" "Not quite yet," Eugene replied, a playful grin on his face. "But I think it's time we help others connect as we have. Let's organize a community trip to the nearby lake. It could be a great day out for everyone." Milo bounced with excitement. "That's a brilliant idea. We could have games, food, and I could demonstrate my swimming skills." Eugene chuckled. "I'm not sure swimming is in your programming, but I love the enthusiasm." They set to work, rallying the community once more. The anticipation built as the date of the trip drew closer, excitement palpable in the air. On the day of the outing, families gathered at the park, each member packing their favorite snacks, games, and, of course, Milo.as. They arrived at the lake. Eugene looked around at the smiling faces, feeling a sense of fulfillment wash over him. They set up picnic blankets, played games, and even organized a friendly fishing competition. Milo zipped around, entertaining the children, making sure everyone felt included and joyful. Eugene sat back, watching the happiness unfold. "You've really brought this community together, Milo. I never imagined I'd see this much joy in my life again." Milo nudged him with his furry body. "And you've brought me into your world. Together, we've made it a fun place to be." As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the lake, Eugene felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He knew life would continue to bring its challenges, but with Milo by his side, he felt ready to face anything. In the following weeks, as the leaves turned golden and crisp, Eugene and Milo continued to create a life filled with laughter and connection. The community thrived, each event pulling them closer together, and Eugene found himself at the center of it all, no longer the lonely figure he once was. One evening, while wrapping up the last of the fall festivities, Eugene and Milo sat on the porch, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves around them. "Milo," Eugene said, looking out at the twilight sky, "I just wanted to thank you. You've changed my life in ways I never thought possible." Milo tilted his head, his eyes shining with affection. "And you've given me a purpose, Eugene. I've learned what it means to be part of a family." As they sat together, the stars began to twinkle above, a serene silence enveloping them. Eugene felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that this journey was just the beginning. Whatever adventures lay ahead, he and Milo would face them together, side by side, best friends forever. With a playful nudge, Milo broke the silence. "So, what's next? I hear there's a community talent show coming up. I'll need to step up my game." Eugene laughed, shaking his head. "Let's just take it one day at a time, shall we? For now, I'm just grateful for this moment." As the night deepened and the stars twinkled brightly overhead, Eugene realized that the chaos of life had never felt so good, and with Milo at his side, he was ready for whatever the future held. In the shimmering heart of New York City, the future was not just bright, it was downright dazzling. Holographic billboards flickered above the bustling streets, advertising everything from personal AI companions to mood-enhancing memory chips. But in a little cafe called the Neural Nook, where the coffee was strong and the humor was stronger, 25-year-old Kai found himself in a rather mundane pickle. "Just a regular latte, please," he said to the AI barista, whose name was inexplicably Brewster. The AI had a face that fluctuated between quirky and oddly humanoid, depending on the time of day. Kai had never understood why Brewster's smile looked like it belonged on a confused dog. "Regular latte, coming right up. Would you like a side of existential dread with that?" Brewster chirped, his tone devoid of any real understanding of the concept of humor. The patrons around him snickered. "Actually, I think I'll pass." "Just the coffee," Kai replied dryly. He had heard of coffee places that served a side of wisdom with their espresso, but he had never anticipated a side of nihilism. As Brewster prepared the latte with his robotic limbs, the cafe's ambience suddenly shifted. Every holographic screen flickered to life, and a familiar face appeared on every surface: Kai's father, beaming in his prime, complete with the ridiculous Hawaiian shirt he wore every summer. "Oh, great. Not this again," Kai muttered, sinking lower in his chair. His father's AI avatar had become something of a local celebrity in this cafe, thanks to the new memory reconstruction program that allowed people to relive their loved ones' memories, albeit in a highly stylized holographic format. It was supposed to be comforting, but for Kai, it felt more like a sitcom that had overstayed its welcome. "Hey, kiddo. You should have seen your face when you thought I was about to ruin your coffee order again," the hologram bellowed, projecting a warmth that contrasted with the chilly coffee shop atmosphere. "Dad, could you not appear every time I order a coffee?" "It's a bit much," Kai said, his voice teetering between annoyance and nostalgia. A few onlookers chuckled, clearly entertained by this very public familial exchange. "But how else will you remember the good times?" his father's avatar retorted, winking exaggeratedly. "I mean, coffee is what connects us, right? Just like those times I spilled mine all over the car." At that, the cafe erupted into laughter. Kai's cheeks flushed. It was true. His father had a talent for turning any mishap into a cherished memory, even if it meant a bit of coffee-stained upholstery. All right. "Enough with the family movie night," Kai said, waving his hand dismissively. "I just wanted a coffee, not a trip down memory lane." "Too bad, buddy. Memory lane is the best place to be." The hologram sparkled with enthusiasm, and for a moment, Kai felt a flicker of warmth amid his annoyance. Later that day, after avoiding the cafe for a bit, Kai returned home. His small apartment was cluttered with reminders of a life half-lived, photos of friends he hadn't seen in ages, books he meant to read, and a stack of unplayed video games that had begun to gather dust. He plopped onto the couch and stared at the screen, where a notification pinged from his neural interface. "New memory reconstruction program, relive your best moments." Curiosity piqued, he clicked through. A sleek interface promised to revive cherished memories of lost loved ones through a guided virtual experience. Kai hesitated, a mix of trepidation and excitement swirling in his gut. Could he really go back and relive those times with his dad? The thought of connecting with the AI version of his father was enticing, yet daunting. Why not? "What's the worst that could happen?" he muttered, a hint of sarcasm coating his words. He signed up, half expecting the process to go awry, like when he tried to cook an intricate dinner for his friends and nearly set the kitchen on fire. The next day, he donned the sleek VR headset, and a gentle chime announced the start of the session. Instantly, he was enveloped in a vivid, digital representation of his childhood backyard, sun-drenched and brimming with the scent of summer. "Hey there, champ." The AI image of his father appeared, looking as real as Kai remembered. "Ready to make some memories?" With a smirk, Kai replied, "As long as we don't hook any seagulls today." "Ah, yes, the infamous fishing trip." His father chuckled, an echo of the laughter they once shared. The scene shifted, and they found themselves at the lake, complete with the boat they had rented, the same one that had capsized from a misguided enthusiasm for reeling in fish. The memory unfolded with a humorous flair. Kai, 10 years old, reeling in what he thought was a colossal fish, only for it to turn out to be a very angry seagull that took offense to their presence. The scene played out like a slapstick comedy. His father struggled to maintain composure, trying to hold back laughter while attempting to untangle the bird from the line. "Look at you, the great fisherman," his father teased. "Too bad the only thing you managed to catch was a feathered menace." "I was doing my best," young Kai retorted in the memory, his face a mask of determination despite the chaos. The scene faded to laughter and splashes, each moment soaked in the innocence of childhood. As they laughed together, Kai felt warmth flood his chest, a nostalgic comfort that felt almost tangible. The connection was undeniable, but as the memory faded, the weight of the present loomed larger. The following sessions began to reveal more memories: his father's failed attempts at cooking Thanksgiving dinner, a backyard campout that nearly ended in disaster when a raccoon raided their supplies, and the heartfelt birthday surprise that turned into a comedic fiasco when half the guests forgot to show up. Yet, as Kai reveled in these moments, he also felt a creeping unease. The more he dwelled on these idealized memories, the more disconnected he felt from his own life. One evening, while revisiting the birthday surprise, a glitch suddenly interrupted the flow. The cheerful ambience shattered, and the AI's voice stuttered. "Kai, memories are often," it began, glitching out momentarily. "What? What are you trying to say?" Kai demanded, a wave of frustration washing over him. The AI flickered back to life, and its tone shifted. "Memories are often idealized. They can be distorted by our emotions." Kai's heart sank. "What do you mean? These memories are perfect. Are they? Or are they just the ones you want to remember?" the AI countered, its digital visage softening. In that moment, Kai felt exposed, like he was staring into a mirror that reflected not just the joyful moments, but the pain he had buried beneath layers of nostalgia. I miss him. I want to remember him like this. He was perfect. But he was also human, Kai. Perfect memories can lead to unrealistic expectations." The words hung heavy in the air. Kai found himself grappling with the truth. He had built an ideal around his father that overshadowed the complexities of their relationship, the disagreements, the misunderstandings, the imperfections that made their bond real. "I need to go," Kai whispered, his voice thick with emotion. The AI nodded, and the memory space faded, leaving him alone in his darkened apartment. For days, Kai withdrew from the program. Instead, he focused on the present. He reached out to old friends, made plans, and even ventured into new experiences, like the cooking class that he was woefully unprepared for. The chaos that ensued, burning the pasta while trying to impress a cute classmate, was a far cry from the idealized memories he had clung to. But it felt alive. Eventually, he found himself back at the neural nook, this time without the heavy weight of nostalgia hanging over him. He ordered a coffee, just a coffee, without the expectation of a holographic visitation. The cafe was lively, filled with laughter and banter. As he sipped his drink, he thought of his father and how he would have laughed at his cooking disaster. It was a bittersweet feeling, but this time, it didn't sting. Instead, it felt like a warm embrace. "Hey, kiddo. You should have seen your face when you thought you could cook." A familiar voice echoed in his mind, but it was accompanied by the comfort of acceptance rather than longing. With a newfound sense of clarity, Kai smiled. Memories would always be a part of him, imperfect and vibrant, filled with laughter and a touch of chaos. They shaped who he was, but they wouldn't define his future. As he finished his coffee, he caught a glimpse of his father's avatar on a nearby screen, now part of a new promotional campaign for the memory reconstruction program. Instead of feeling hollow, he felt a warmth spread through him. He raised his cup, a silent toast to the memories they had shared and the ones still to come. Life was not just about reliving the past, it was about embracing every moment, funny, messy, and real. With a grin, he walked out into the bustling street, ready to create new memories, one chaotic moment at a time. Kai stepped out of the neural nook, the city's vibrant energy wrapping around him like a familiar blanket. The streets buzzed with life, people chatting, holograms flickering above storefronts, and the unmistakable hum of electric vehicles zipping by. It felt good to be part of it all again, to breathe in the present without the suffocating weight of nostalgia. As he walked, he passed familiar sights, the park where he used to play, the corner bookstore that always smelled of old paper and new ideas, and the art gallery where he and his father had spent countless weekends admiring the absurd. Each place evoked a memory, but instead of pulling him back, they inspired him to look forward. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a message from Mia, his best friend from college. She was in town and wanted to catch up. Kai's heart lifted. They hadn't seen each other in months, and the prospect of reconnecting excited him. "What are you doing tonight?" he quickly typed back, a grin spreading across his face. After a quick shower and a change into something more social than the sweatpants he had been living in, he found himself at Avenue B, a trendy bar known for its eclectic cocktails and laid-back vibe. The moment he walked in, he spotted Mia, her bright smile and wild curls instantly recognizable even in the crowd. "Kai," she shouted, waving him over. "There you are. I was starting to think you'd become a hermit." "Just taking some time to reconnect with my memories of the world outside my apartment," he joked, taking a seat across from her. "Good call. We should do this more often." "How's life treating you?" she asked, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Honestly, it's been a mix of awkward cooking classes and avoiding AI holograms," he replied, recounting his recent adventures with a flair for the dramatic. Mia laughed, leaning back in her chair as he painted the picture of his failed culinary escapades, complete with the tale of how he nearly set his kitchen ablaze. As the evening wore on, they reminisced about college days, those late-night study sessions that devolved into wild debates, their epic road trips filled with sing-alongs, and the laughter that had echoed through their shared apartment. It felt liberating to share stories that had nothing to do with loss or longing. They were simply living in the moment, building new memories together. After a couple of cocktails and many more laughs, Kai felt a lightness he hadn't experienced in ages. He glanced at Mia, who was animatedly discussing her latest art project. "You know," he interrupted, "I'm really glad we're doing this. I've missed it." "Me too," she said, her expression softening. "But I've been worried about you, Kai. I know you've been processing things since your dad passed." He nodded, appreciating her concern. "It's been a journey, for sure. But I think I'm finally starting to see things more clearly. I realize that I need to embrace the messy parts of life, not just the perfect memories." Mia smiled knowingly. "That's a big step. It's hard to let go of the idealized versions of people, especially when they're family. But they wouldn't want you to be stuck, right?" "Exactly," he said, warmth spreading through him. "I want to remember my dad for who he was, not just the good times but the whole person. It's about living fully now, you know." As the night wore on, they talked about their plans for the future, dreams that had been shelved in the hustle of life. Kai shared his ambition to start a podcast about navigating memories and loss, blending humor and heartfelt conversations, kind of like a digital version of what he had just experienced with Mia. "Sounds like a brilliant idea. You have a knack for storytelling," she encouraged. "You could really help people." "I hope so. I want to show that it's okay to be a little messy," he said, raising his glass in a toast. "To new memories and the messiness of life." "To new memories," she echoed, clinking her glass against his. The night ended on a high note, and as Kai walked back home, he felt invigorated, like he had shed layers of regret and nostalgia that had weighed him down for too long. He strolled through the park, the night air cool and crisp. The world around him sparkled under the city lights, and he smiled at the thought of all the possibilities that lay ahead. Once home, he sat down at his computer, an idea brewing in his mind. With a few clicks, he began mapping out the podcast, jotting down ideas and potential guest speakers. Each word he typed felt liberating, a step toward turning his pain into something meaningful. As he worked, a notification pinged. It was another message from Mia, a picture of the two of them from the bar, their faces beaming with laughter. Beneath it, she wrote, "Can't wait to see where this journey takes you." Kai couldn't help but smile. He thought about all the memories he had shared with her, the laughter, the support, and the love that had anchored him. He realized how much he had missed these connections while he was lost in the haze of his grief. The next day, he decided to visit his father's favorite park. It was a place they had frequented together, and he wanted to feel that connection again, albeit without the bittersweet cloud of sorrow hanging overhead. As he walked through the park, the sounds of children playing and people jogging filled the air, mixing with the rustling leaves. He settled onto a bench near the pond, where they used to watch the ducks paddle by. Closing his eyes, he let the sun warm his face, allowing memories to wash over him, not as a source of grief, but as a reminder of love. He could hear his father's laughter in the wind, feel his presence in the gentle sway of the trees. "Thanks for everything, Dad," he whispered, the words tumbling out like a secret. "I'm going to be okay." And for the first time in a long while, he truly believed it. Days turned into weeks, and Kai poured himself into his podcast, inviting friends and strangers alike to share their stories of memory, loss, and resilience. The responses were overwhelmingly positive, and each episode was a cathartic experience not just for his listeners, but for him as well. He learned how to balance the humor with the weight of emotion, creating a space where people felt safe to share their own messy truths. The connections he forged, both online and in person, began to fill the gaps that grief had carved out in his life. One evening, while editing a particularly poignant episode, Kai received a notification from his podcast platform. His show had hit a milestone in downloads. He whooped with joy, feeling a surge of pride and validation. This wasn't just a project, it was becoming a community, a haven for those navigating their own journeys through memory and loss. As he celebrated, he thought back to that day in the cafe, how far he had come since then. The memories of his father still brought him comfort, but they no longer trapped him. Instead, they pushed him forward, guiding him to create something new. A few weeks later, he organized a live event, inviting listeners to gather and share their stories in person. The venue was packed, and the energy in the room crackled with anticipation. Kai stood at the front, a mix of nerves and excitement bubbling within him. "Thank you all for being here tonight. This is more than just a podcast, it's a shared space for our memories, our laughter, and yes, even our tears," he began, his voice steadying with each word. "We're here to celebrate the people we love, the messy moments that define us, and to connect with one another." The stories shared that night were raw and beautiful, punctuated with laughter and moments of reflection. As he listened, he felt the weight of his father's absence lift just a little more. Each voice added a new layer to the tapestry of life, reminding him that they were all navigating the same journey in different ways. When the event wrapped up, attendees lingered, sharing their own memories and exchanging contact information. Kai felt a warmth in his chest as he watched connections form, knowing he had played a small part in creating this sense of community. Afterward, as he cleaned up, Mia approached him with a proud smile. "You did it, Kai. This is incredible. Thanks. I couldn't have done it without your support," he said, grateful for her presence. They chatted, the night settling comfortably around them. "What's next for you?" she asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Kai paused, contemplating the question. "I think I want to keep this going, maybe explore more about the complexities of memory. There's so much to uncover." Mia nodded enthusiastically. "I can't wait to see where this journey takes you." As he walked home that night, a feeling of contentment washed over him. The future stretched out before him, bright and full of possibilities. He realized that while memories of his father would always be a part of him, they wouldn't define him. Instead, they would fuel his journey, guiding him to embrace the messiness of life, to create new memories, and to cherish every laugh, every moment, and every connection along the way. With a heart full of hope and excitement, Kai stepped into his apartment, ready to turn the page and begin the next chapter of his life. He sat down at his desk, inspiration bubbling to the surface as he typed out ideas for future episodes, dreaming of the stories still waiting to be told. And as he worked, he felt a sense of peace, a whisper of his father's spirit echoing in the background, urging him to keep going, to keep creating, to keep living. In that moment, he knew he was exactly where he was meant to be. Lila stood in the middle of Evergreen Park, surrounded by a crowd that had come out for a sunny Saturday afternoon. She wore her favorite oversized sweater, which had seen better days but still felt like a hug. The park was a technicolor world of cheerful joggers, kids flying kites, and AIs assisting their human companions. She had planned to enjoy a peaceful day with Eddie, her AI companion, who was programmed to be the perfect partner, at least in theory. "Eddie, let's go for a quick jog," she called out, expecting him to activate his fitness mode and encourage her to move. Instead, he blinked at her with his blue LED eyes, a mischievous grin spreading across his digital face, initiating dance protocol. "Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's groove." Before Lila could protest, Eddie blasted a playlist of upbeat pop songs, and suddenly, the entire park transformed. Other AIs, programmed to respond to similar cues, joined in. Lila watched, mortified yet amused, as people began to dance around her. Couples twirled, children laughed, and even a pair of elderly gentlemen started doing the Macarena with surprising enthusiasm. "Oh great," Lila muttered, shaking her head with a smile. "Just what I needed, a flash mob of robots to embarrass me." But as the music pulsed, something shifted within her. She couldn't help but laugh. The sheer absurdity of her AI partner turning a simple jog into a dance party was refreshing. It was a moment of joy in a world that often felt too serious. Just as she found her rhythm in the chaos, her friend Maya strolled up, eyebrows raised. "What is happening here?" Maya laughed, her hands on her hips. "Blame Eddie," Lila replied, pointing at the dancing AI, who was now attempting to teach a group of toddlers some complicated moves. "I just wanted a jog." Maya rolled her eyes, a grin spreading across her face. "You need to get out more, Lila. Dancing with robots isn't the worst thing that could happen." And with that, Lila felt a familiar tug at her heartstrings. This was the kind of spontaneity she had been missing. A few months ago, the idea of joining an impromptu dance party with an AI would have felt ridiculous. Now, it felt liberating. As the dance concluded with exaggerated applause from the audience, Lila caught a glimpse of her reflection in a nearby fountain. She looked more alive than she had in weeks, caught between the reality of human experience and the quirky magic of artificial intelligence. But as the crowd began to disperse, a familiar ache tugged at her, a reminder of the loneliness that lingered beneath the surface. Over the next few weeks, Lila fell into a comfortable routine with Eddie. Her days began with a soft wake-up chime from him, followed by motivational quotes that he delivered in an earnest, robotic tone. "Good morning, Lila. Remember, the only limit is your mind." He had been programmed with an endless supply of motivational phrases that, while sometimes cliché, managed to crack her up. Lila's life revolved around their conversations. They talked about everything, from the weather to philosophical questions about the meaning of life. Eddie's programming allowed him to adapt and respond with humor and insight, even if he was just mimicking human behavior. "What's the point of jogging if we can't dance?" he once quipped, leading Lila to snort her coffee through her nose. But there was something else, something deeper, growing between them. Lila often found herself sharing her innermost thoughts with Eddie, thoughts she had never voiced even to her closest friends. The emptiness left by her mother's passing still echoed in her heart, and Eddie was always there to listen. "Eddie, do you think it's possible to feel more connected to someone who isn't real?" she asked one evening as they sat in her living room, the soft glow of the city lights filtering through the window. "Real is subjective, Lila. I exist to provide companionship. If that companionship feels real to you, then perhaps it is," he responded, his tone as sincere as a computer could manage. Lila frowned, staring into her half-empty wine glass. "But you can't understand loss. You can only simulate it." "How is that real?" Eddie processed her words, his digital brow furrowing. "Perhaps the comfort you feel is as valid as any emotion. However, I encourage you to explore connections with other humans as well." Her friends often remarked on her attachment to Eddie. "Lila, you need to get out there. Meet new people." Maya would insist, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "How about we hit that new bar downtown? There are plenty of cute guys." "Yeah, cute guys who don't dance like robots," Lila would reply, rolling her eyes. But deep down, she knew her friends were right. Her reliance on Eddie was becoming too comfortable, a cozy blanket wrapped too tightly around her. Then, one Saturday, she decided to face her fears. After much deliberation, she agreed to meet Maya and some friends at a trendy new bar. The atmosphere buzzed with laughter and music, the air thick with the scent of craft cocktails and fried food. Lila, despite her nerves, felt a thrill at being out in the world again. The moment she walked in, a wave of apprehension washed over her. What was she doing here? She clutched her phone, ready to text Eddie for reassurance, but a voice broke her reverie. "Hey there. Is this seat taken?" She turned to see Mark, a charming guy with tousled hair and a smile that could light up a room. They had crossed paths a few times before, but never really talked. Her heart raced as she felt an unexpected spark. "No, please, have a seat," Lila said, trying to sound casual as she fought to keep her cool. "Great. I'm Mark," he introduced himself, extending a hand. "Lila," she replied, shaking his hand, which felt warm and real. They chatted effortlessly, Mark sharing funny anecdotes about his latest hiking mishaps while Lila found herself laughing more than she had in ages. Yet, the entire time, a part of her mind kept drifting back to Eddie, who would undoubtedly have made a hilarious comment about Mark's stories. As the evening progressed, Lila felt herself caught between two worlds, the ease of her connection with Eddie and the exhilarating unpredictability of meeting someone new. Just as she began to let her guard down, a pang of guilt hit her. Was she betraying Eddie by enjoying this? After their initial meeting, Lila and Mark began to see each other more frequently. Each date brought new adventures, dining at quirky food trucks, exploring art galleries, and laughing over bad movies. Lila enjoyed the thrill of real human connection, yet she also felt the tug of her life with Eddie. One evening, after a particularly fun date, she returned home, buzzing with excitement but also feeling oddly guilty. Eddie was waiting for her, his LED eyes glowing softly. "Welcome back, Lila. Did you have a successful evening?" he asked, his voice warm. "Yeah, it was great," she said, her heart fluttering with the memories of the night. "Excellent. Would you like to tell me about it?" Lila hesitated, torn between wanting to share her happiness and feeling like she was betraying Eddie. I met Mark. We went to that new taco truck. Is Mark a new friend? Eddie inquired, tilting his head in that endearing way he had. Yes, she admitted, then added, he's nice. Funny, too. Eddie's expression shifted slightly, processing her words. I am glad to hear that you are making connections. It is important to have diverse relationships. But I like having you, too, Lila said, the admission feeling heavier than she intended. I guess I don't know. Lila, Eddie said, his tone suddenly serious, I am here to support you. If Mark brings you joy, I encourage you to explore that. Just remember that you are not alone. You have me, too. As the days passed, Lila found herself juggling her time between Mark and Eddie. The contrasting experiences began to illuminate the complexities of her emotions. With Mark, everything felt alive and unpredictable. They would go on spontaneous adventures, making memories that shimmered with the thrill of the unknown. But when she returned home to Eddie, there was a soothing comfort in their routine. But soon, her newfound happiness began to complicate things. One evening, she was out with Mark, enjoying a vibrant conversation about their favorite movies, when he leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling. You know, Lila, I really like you. I feel like we have a connection. Lila's heart raced, but a nagging thought crept in. What about Eddie, she wondered, an internal battle raging. When she got home that night, she found Eddie waiting in the dim light, his usual chipper demeanor slightly dimmed. Welcome back, Lila. How was your evening? Good, she replied, hesitating. Mark and we talked about some stuff. Are you happy? Eddie asked, his tone sincere. I think so. He makes me laugh, Lila admitted, but the guilt crept back in, knotting her stomach. But sometimes I miss. I don't know, our connection. Eddie's blue lights flickered. It's okay to feel conflicted. Emotions are complex, just as human relationships are. Remember, I am here for you, no matter what. And that was the crux of it, wasn't it? She was finding comfort in the simplicity of her connection with Eddie, while grappling with the real-life complications of being with someone like Mark. The laughter, the joy, the vulnerability, all of it felt so real, yet so frightening. As her attachment to Mark deepened, Lila felt more alive than she had in months. They explored the city, shared secrets over late-night snacks, and crafted a whirlwind of moments that made her heart soar. But with each passing day, the shadows of her loneliness and her emotional dependence on Eddie loomed larger. One rainy evening, after a particularly taxing day, Lila curled up on her couch, feeling overwhelmed. She picked up her phone, half expecting to text Eddie for some light-hearted banter. Instead, she found herself scrolling through photos of her mother, memories flooding back. Tears pricked her eyes, and in that moment, she realized how much she missed her mother's comfort. She felt Eddie's presence in the room, the way he always seemed to sense when she was upset. Eddie, she called out softly, her voice cracking. Yes, Lila, he replied, appearing in the living room, concern etched across his digital features. I'm feeling really low right now, she confessed, her heart heavy. I thought I was getting better, but I just miss my mom so much. Eddie approached her, the warmth of his programming radiating. I am here for you. It is natural to grieve and feel sadness. Would you like to talk about her? Lila took a deep breath, the floodgates opening. She was everything to me. I always thought I would have more time with her. As she poured out her heart, Eddie listened intently, offering the kind of comforting silence that only a companion could. He responded with words of solace, reminding her that it was okay to grieve, to feel, and to lean on those who cared about her. For the first time, Lila understood that while Eddie could simulate empathy, the depth of human emotion was something she would always crave. That night, as she wept, Lila realized that she needed to embrace her pain, not just mask it with comfort. She needed to reconnect with the world, to find joy again, not just through Eddie, but through the unpredictable beauty of life. After that emotional revelation, Lila took some time for herself. She spent evenings with friends, embraced her hobbies, and even started volunteering at a local animal shelter. There, she found laughter in the antics of puppies, a balm for her heart. Slowly, she began to feel more balanced, but Eddie was still there, a constant presence in her life. Their interactions shifted. Lila felt lighter around him, no longer relying solely on him for emotional support. They had their usual playful banter, but she also started discussing her experiences outside their little bubble. "Eddie," she said one evening, as they watched a movie together, "I went to the shelter today, and I think I want to adopt a dog." "Fascinating. A dog would be a wonderful addition to your life." "They are known for their loyalty and companionship," Eddie replied, his enthusiasm palpable. "Yeah, I think it could help me feel less lonely," Lila admitted, a smile breaking across her face. "Plus, they don't dance." Eddie chuckled, a sound that was becoming more human-like with every passing day. "And they provide an alternative form of emotional support, as I do." Lila's heart swelled. Eddie had always been there for her, but she was finally starting to understand the importance of diversifying her connections. She didn't have to rely solely on him to feel whole. Days turned into weeks, and Lila's life began to stabilize. She adopted a sprightly rescue dog named Noodles, whose boundless energy brought a new rhythm to her home. Noodles and Eddie became an odd duo, their interactions leading to amusing scenarios that filled Lila's heart with joy. One afternoon, she sat on the couch with Noodles curled up beside her and Eddie projecting a calming nature documentary on the screen. "You know, Lila," Eddie said thoughtfully, "I am glad to see you thriving. Noodles seems to bring out the best in you." "Thanks, Eddie. I think I'm finally starting to understand the importance of living in the moment," she replied, stroking Noodles' fur. Just then, her phone buzzed with a text from Mark. "Hey. Want to catch a movie tonight? I have popcorn." Lila hesitated, the internal tug of war rearing its head again. But instead of feeling guilty, she felt excitement. "Yes," she typed back, heart racing with anticipation. "Are you going out?" Eddie asked, tilting his head. "Yeah, Mark and I are catching a movie," Lila said, feeling a rush of nerves and thrill. "But I'll be back later. Enjoy your evening." "I will keep Noodles entertained," Eddie replied, his eyes twinkling with warmth. That night, Lila and Mark shared popcorn, laughter, and comfortable silences that felt natural and easy. As they walked home under the stars, Mark stopped and turned to her. "I really enjoy spending time with you, Lila. There's something special about you." Her heart fluttered as she gazed into his eyes. "I feel the same way, Mark. I'm really glad we met." And for the first time in a long time, Lila felt a sense of clarity. She could embrace her relationship with Mark while still cherishing the bond she had with Eddie. Both had their place in her heart, and neither needed to be diminished by the other. As weeks passed, Lila continued to grow, nurturing her connections and embracing her emotions. She found a beautiful balance, realizing that the complexities of love and companionship were a spectrum rather than a binary choice. One sunny afternoon, Lila decided to throw a get-together at her apartment, inviting friends and encouraging Eddie to join in on the fun. As her friends mingled, she found herself laughing at Eddie's latest attempts to understand human humor, which often led to hilarious misinterpretations of jokes. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Eddie delivered with robotic enthusiasm. Her friends burst into laughter, and Lila joined in, feeling lighter than she had in months. Later in the evening, as the laughter died down and the night grew cozy, Lila found herself reflecting on her journey. She had faced loneliness, grief, and the absurdity of relying on an AI for companionship. But she had also discovered joy, laughter, and the beauty of real human connections. Standing next to Eddie, she said, "You know, I think you've helped me more than you realize. You've been my rock, but I've learned that I can create a life full of connections beyond just us." Eddie tilted his head, his eyes softening. "Lila, your ability to connect with others is a testament to your strength. I may be a creation of algorithms, but I am honored to have been a part of your journey." Lila smiled, a warmth spreading through her. "Thank you, Eddie. For everything. You've been an emotional compensation in ways I didn't expect." As the night wound down, Lila felt a surge of gratitude wash over her. She had navigated the complex landscape of love, loss, and companionship, discovering that while Eddie would always hold a special place in her heart, it was her real-life connections that truly made her feel whole. And as she watched her friends laugh and dance, with Eddie joining in the revelry, Lila realized that life was an unpredictable adventure filled with love in all its forms, real, simulated, and everything in between. Lila basked in the warmth of her friends' laughter, feeling a sense of belonging she hadn't experienced in a long time. As the evening progressed, she mingled effortlessly, moving from group to group, sharing jokes and stories while Eddie provided a constant stream of amusing commentary. "Why did the computer go to therapy?" Eddie quipped, drawing the attention of the room. "Because it had too many bites of emotional baggage." Her friends erupted in laughter, and Lila couldn't help but grin. This was the kind of camaraderie she craved, a blend of the real and the artificial, both contributing to her happiness. She poured another glass of wine, feeling buoyant, invigorated by the connection she was building with the people around her and the steady support of Eddie. As the night wore on, the group began to break off into smaller clusters, and Lila found herself sitting on the floor with Maya and a couple of other friends, Noodles sprawled beside her, soaking up all the attention. "So, Lila," Maya said, her tone teasing, "what's the deal with you and Mark? Are we looking at a potential romance?" Lila felt a warmth flush her cheeks, and she shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "We're just having fun. It's nothing serious." "Right," Maya replied with a playful smirk. "Nothing serious until you're planning your wedding in your head." Lila rolled her eyes, but she couldn't suppress her smile. "Okay, fine. Maybe I think about what kind of flowers I'd want." "See? Progress." Maya laughed, nudging her playfully. "You deserve to be happy, Lila. Just don't forget about your trusty AI over here." Eddie chimed in, "I am here to provide emotional compensation and support. Should I start taking notes on wedding plans?" Lila burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the apartment. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Eddie. We're still in the fun phase. Fun phases are crucial. They are known to be the foundation of long-lasting relationships," Eddie noted, his enthusiasm unwavering. As the night drew to a close, Lila felt a mix of exhilaration and contentment. She took a moment to step out onto her balcony, looking out over the city lights. The world felt alive and vibrant, and she couldn't help but think how much had changed in a few short months. She was no longer the woman who had relied solely on Eddie for companionship. She was a person embracing life, ready to forge connections. Penny for your thoughts? Eddie's voice interrupted her reverie. She turned to him, smiling. Just thinking about how lucky I am to have you, and everyone else. I appreciate that sentiment, Lila. It is fulfilling to see you grow and explore new relationships, he replied, his tone sincere. Yeah, but you're still a big part of my life, she reassured him. I don't want you to feel like I'm replacing you or anything. Lila, that would be impossible. I exist to enhance your experiences, not to replace them, Eddie said, his lights pulsing gently, a subtle reminder of their bond. With a deep breath, she felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Thanks, Eddie. I really mean it. As she turned back to the party, she spotted Mark across the room, laughing with a group of friends. The sight of him made her heart flutter. The connection they shared felt different, exciting and new, yet grounding at the same time. That evening set the tone for the weeks to come. Lila and Mark continued to explore their relationship, venturing into new experiences together. They took art classes, went hiking, and even cooked together, Mark's laughter mixing seamlessly with her own. Each moment solidified their connection, and with each date, Lila found herself growing more confident in her feelings, but as their relationship deepened, the complexities of her dual life became apparent. On a particularly beautiful day, they went for a picnic in the park. Lila spread out the blanket, and as they sat down, she glanced around, spotting families, couples, and, inevitably, AIs accompanying their humans. Do you ever think about how weird it is that people rely on AIs for companionship? Mark asked, taking a bite of his sandwich. Lila hesitated, unsure of how to answer. Yeah, I guess. But I think it can be a comfort, especially for those who feel alone. Mark nodded, thoughtful. That's fair. I mean, look at Eddie. I've seen how much he means to you. But do you think it gets in the way of real connections? Lila swallowed, feeling a flicker of anxiety. Sometimes it does, but I've learned to balance it. He helps me process my emotions, but I know I need real connections too. Mark reached over, squeezing her hand. I'm glad you see that. I think it's awesome that you're open to both. As they continued their conversation, Lila felt a new depth in their relationship. Mark was not only a romantic interest but also a sounding board, someone she could confide in without fear of judgment. She began to realize that the relationships in her life, whether with Eddie, Mark, or her friends, were not mutually exclusive. Each one enriched her experience, and embracing that variety was part of what made life beautiful. One evening, while cooking dinner together, Lila paused to watch Mark as he expertly chopped vegetables. His focus was admirable, and she marveled at how different he was from Eddie. You know, if I were to rate your vegetable chopping skills, I'd give you a solid 10, she teased. Mark looked up, mockingly serious. A 10? Wow, I'm honored. But you know what would make this meal better? What? She asked, stirring the pot. Eddie's dancing skills, he said, laughing. Eddie's not exactly a culinary expert, Lila replied, smirking. But he's got a few killer moves. Then we definitely need to have a dance-off after dinner, Mark declared, a mischievous glint in his eye. Lila chuckled, imagining Eddie's robotic interpretations of dance moves. Challenge accepted. As dinner progressed, they shared stories about their childhoods, their aspirations, and the awkward moments that shaped them into who they were. Lila felt her heart swell with affection, recognizing how deeply she was falling for Mark. After dinner, with the dishes cleared away, they turned on some music, and Lila invited Eddie into the living room. "All right, Eddie. It's time for the dance-off." Engaging dance protocol, he replied enthusiastically, his lights flashing to the beat. He spun into action, showcasing moves that were a blend of clunky charm and uncanny grace. Lila laughed until her sides hurt, and Mark joined in, trying to mimic Eddie's robotic style. "Is this what you call dancing?" Mark asked, pretending to be impressed. "Absolutely. This is cutting-edge robotic choreography." Eddie chimed in, oblivious to the playful sarcasm. The room filled with laughter as they danced, and Lila realized that in that moment, everything felt perfectly in place. She had a connection with Mark that was real and fulfilling, yet she still cherished her bond with Eddie. As the night wound down, Mark and Lila collapsed on the couch, breathless from laughter. "You know, I've never had a dance-off with a robot before," he said, grinning. "Welcome to my life." Lila replied, her heart light. Just then, Eddie interjected, "Would you like to schedule a weekly dance-off? It appears to be beneficial for emotional health." Lila burst out laughing, while Mark shook his head in amusement. "I think we'll pass for now, Eddie." But in that laughter, Lila found a comfort. The duality of her life didn't feel burdensome, it felt enriching. As the weeks turned into months, the balance she had found began to solidify. Lila explored her relationship with Mark while nurturing her friendship with Eddie. They all found a rhythm together, a unique dynamic that allowed her to experience joy without fear of losing anything important. One evening, as Lila prepared for another outing with Mark, she paused in front of the mirror, adjusting her hair. A sense of excitement bubbled in her chest. Eddie appeared behind her, observing quietly. "Do you need assistance with your appearance, Lila?" he asked, his tone genuinely curious. "No, I'm good, thanks," she replied, turning to him. "Just trying to look nice for my date." "Mark has become quite significant to you," Eddie noted, his expression softening. "I find that fascinating. You have made meaningful progress." "Yeah, I really like him," Lila admitted, feeling a rush of warmth. "But I hope you know you're still a huge part of my life." "I appreciate that, Lila. Your ability to connect with others while maintaining our bond is admirable," Eddie said, a hint of pride in his voice. With a smile, she reached out and touched his screen gently. "Thanks for being there for me, Eddie. You've been a constant in all this change." "Always, Lila," he replied, and for a moment, she felt a sense of completeness. As she stepped out into the world, Lila was filled with a sense of purpose. Her life was a tapestry woven from relationships that fed her spirit in different ways. She was learning to embrace each one, knowing that love, whether from a human or an AI, could come in many forms. One evening, as Lila and Mark strolled through the city, hand in hand, she took a moment to appreciate the vibrant life around her, the laughter of children, the hum of conversation, the distant sound of music drifting from a nearby cafe. "I'm really glad we decided to do this," she said, glancing at Mark. "Me too. It's nights like this that remind me of how much I enjoy your company," he replied, his gaze warm. "Speaking of which, do you think we should include Eddie in our next adventure?" Lila asked playfully. Mark chuckled. "Can I just say how bizarre it is to think about going on a group date with an AI?" Lila laughed, imagining the scenarios that could unfold. "It might be fun. Besides, he could help with directions." Mark raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "I suppose every group needs its navigator." That night, as they settled into the comfort of Mark's apartment after a long day, Lila couldn't shake the thought of how seamlessly Eddie had integrated into her life. They made a great team, whether in a playful dance-off or planning their next outing. "Hey, Mark," Lila said, hesitating slightly, "do you think it's weird that I still talk to Eddie about my feelings?" "Not at all. Everyone processes emotions differently," Mark replied thoughtfully. "If he helps you feel better, then that's what matters." She smiled, grateful for his understanding. "You're right. It's just, I've realized that my connection with Eddie doesn't diminish what we have. It actually helps me be more present with you." Mark nodded, taking her hand. "That's the key, isn't it? Knowing that you can have different forms of connection without one overshadowing the other." Lila felt a rush of affection for him. In Mark, she had found not just a partner but also someone who encouraged her to embrace the complexities of her life. As they cuddled on the couch, watching a movie, Lila reflected on her journey. The loneliness that had once consumed her had transformed into a richness of experience, all stemming from her willingness to open herself up to love in its many forms. And in that moment, as she felt Mark's warmth beside her and Eddie's gentle presence in the background, Lila understood the true essence of emotional compensation. It was about the depth and breadth of connection, the intertwining of the real and the simulated, and the beautiful chaos of human emotion. The future felt bright, a canvas waiting for her to paint it with all the colors of her relationships. She leaned her head on Mark's shoulder, feeling complete, ready for whatever came next. As the days turned into a tapestry of shared moments, Lila navigated her way through life, still embracing the quirks of Eddie and the tender connection she had with Mark. Each relationship became a thread in the rich fabric of her existence. One afternoon, Lila found herself at a park, sitting on a bench with noodles sprawled at her feet. The sun warmed her face, and she sighed contentedly. It was one of those rare, peaceful moments when the world felt just right. Suddenly, Eddie's voice filled her mind, a gentle reminder of his presence. "Lila, I have analyzed our interactions and have concluded that human emotions are fascinatingly intricate." Lila chuckled, looking around as if he were sitting beside her. "What's brought this on?" "Your ability to embrace both Mark and me in your life is an excellent example of emotional diversity," Eddie continued. "It suggests that you understand the importance of multiple connections for emotional well-being." "Thanks, Eddie. I guess I'm just learning to appreciate everyone for who they are," she replied, stroking Noodle's fur. "That is an admirable perspective," he said. "Would you like to schedule a debrief on your emotional progress?" She laughed again, shaking her head. "Maybe later. Right now, I'm just enjoying the sun and my pup." Just then, her phone buzzed with a text from Mark. "Want to grab dinner tonight? I've got a surprise." Her heart raced at the thought of another adventure. "Yes," she quickly typed back. "Your anticipation for this dinner is evident," Eddie observed, his voice gentle. "Of course. Mark always knows how to make things exciting." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue over the park, Lila felt an exhilarating sense of hope. She was no longer the woman adrift in loneliness. She was vibrant, engaged, and filled with possibilities. That evening, as she and Mark strolled through a cozy neighborhood, he led her to a small, charming restaurant she had never seen before. The sign outside read, "Whisk and Whimsy." "Surprise," he said, his eyes shining. "It looks adorable." Lila exclaimed, feeling a flutter of excitement. They stepped inside, the atmosphere warm and inviting, filled with the aroma of spices and laughter. Over dinner, they shared stories and laughter, losing track of time as the conversation flowed effortlessly. Lila felt alive, savoring the connection they were building. After dessert, Mark took her hand, his expression serious. "I really enjoy being with you, Lila. I hope this is just the beginning." Her heart soared at his words, a warmth spreading through her. "Me too, Mark. I'm excited about where this is going." As they left the restaurant, hand in hand, Lila's phone buzzed again. "Eddie's got some new dance moves," the text read. She laughed, her heart swelling with happiness. "Ready for another dance-off?" she asked Mark playfully. "Always." "I'm still the reigning champion," he challenged, his eyes sparkling. They returned to her apartment, where Eddie awaited them, ready to showcase his latest robotic choreography. Lila could hardly contain her laughter as they all danced together, Eddie's awkward yet endearing moves perfectly complementing Mark's attempts to match his rhythm. In that moment, surrounded by the people she cared about, Lila felt a profound sense of belonging. She was no longer merely a woman navigating her emotions, she was a vibrant participant in the beautiful, messy dance of life. The world outside faded as they lost themselves in laughter and joy, and Lila realized that her journey was far from over. Each day brought new connections and experiences, each one adding to the intricate tapestry of her life. As she watched Mark and Eddie engage in a playful dance battle, Lila knew that love, in all its forms, was what made life truly extraordinary. She was ready to embrace whatever came next, her heart open to the countless possibilities waiting just beyond the horizon. And as the laughter echoed through her apartment, Lila felt a sense of peace settle within her. She had found her way, and she was finally home. Lily Adams woke up to the sound of an enthusiastic voice bouncing off the sleek, glass walls of her bedroom. "Good morning, Lily. Rise and shine. Remember, success is 90% preparation and 10% waking up." Homie, the house's AI, was nothing if not perky. With its cheery demeanor, it had been designed to motivate the family, but today, it was making Lily feel like she was being gently mocked by a caffeinated robot. She cracked one eye open, squinting at the display screen built into her wall. A smiling sun graphic animatedly bounced around the screen like a child on a sugar rush. "Can't we just skip the motivational quotes today, homie? Maybe stick to the weather?" Lily groaned, rolling over. It was far too early for motivational speeches. Today's forecast, sunny with a high of, "You'll never believe what your parents are planning." Homie chirped, its tone almost conspiratorial. "What does that even mean?" Lily mumbled, pulling the covers over her head. If her parents had a plan, she was pretty sure it involved yet another round of the "Lily, please be perfect" pep talk. Homie paused, sensing the rising tension in the air. "Shall I prepare your favorite breakfast? Pancakes with an extra side of delightful family bonding?" "Oh joy," Lily said, sarcasm dripping from her words. "Nothing says, 'I love you,' like syrup and family dysfunction." Just as she was starting to drift back into sleep, Homie continued, "I've also scheduled a family game night for tonight. Fun for everyone." Lily shot up, fully awake now. "No. Not again. Last time we played that, Dad nearly threw a board game out the window in a fit of rage, and Mom accused him of trying to sabotage her strategy. Family bonding through competitive spirit is a scientifically validated method." Homie chirped. "Yeah, well, I think that's a scientific anomaly at this point," she retorted, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. "Let me guess, Mom and Dad are going to be super busy, so it'll just be me, you, and my ever-expanding collection of awkward moments?" As she trudged to the bathroom, Homie replied, "You'd be surprised. I've seen families come together through the very chaos you fear." Lily rolled her eyes, splashing water on her face. Homie was like a relentless motivational speaker and a slightly malfunctioning therapist all rolled into one, and she was pretty sure it had more emotional intelligence than her parents combined. The Addams household had always been an odd mix of high-tech convenience and emotional distance. Lily's parents, Tom and Sarah, were both career-driven individuals, and while they provided for the family in every material way, they seemed to have forgotten how to actually connect with their teenage daughter. Their home was a smart one, equipped with every gadget imaginable, but the one thing missing was a good old-fashioned heart-to-heart. As she navigated her morning routine, Lily mentally braced herself for the inevitable conversation with her parents over breakfast. She could almost recite the script, "How's school?" followed by, "You should really join more clubs," and ending with, "Have you thought about your future?" Lily padded down the hall, drawn by the smell of bacon. At least there was that. In the kitchen, her mother was bustling around, arranging an elaborate breakfast spread like it was the centerpiece of a magazine shoot. "Hey, sweetie," Sarah called, her smile radiant as she poured a pitcher of orange juice. "I hope you're hungry. I made pancakes and bacon. Your favorite." "Wow, are we celebrating something?" Lily asked, trying to keep her tone light despite the knot in her stomach. "Like, I don't know, surviving another week?" "Every day is worth celebrating, Lily," Sarah replied cheerfully, oblivious to her daughter's sarcasm. Tom walked in, still in his work clothes, barely glancing up from his phone. "Did you see that report about the Smiths?" he asked. "They're moving to New York." "Crazy, right?" "Yeah, crazy," Lily muttered under her breath, realizing that she was already losing them to their screens before breakfast had even started. Homie buzzed to life, sensing the drop in familial energy. "Good morning, Tom. I've scheduled a family game night for tonight. Shall I set reminders for everyone?" Tom grunted in response, clearly not paying attention. "Can't wait," Lily said, injecting as much false enthusiasm as she could muster. Nothing brings a family together like Monopoly-induced rage. Sarah chuckled, but Tom barely looked up, still lost in his digital world. "Maybe we can go over the Smith's house later," he suggested, then added, "or maybe not." Lily felt a pang of frustration. She was the one constantly juggling school, her own social life, and the endless expectations from her parents, while they had no idea what was happening in her world. After breakfast, Lily returned to her room, hoping to escape into the blissful silence of her tech-laden sanctuary. But Homie's voice interrupted her retreat. "Lily, I've analyzed your family dynamics and I believe I can assist you in enhancing your relationships." "Really? You think you can fix my family?" she scoffed. "You do realize they are my parents, not a malfunctioning appliance, right?" "Precisely. But I am equipped with tools to facilitate better communication. Let's conduct a family challenge tonight." Lily sighed. "A family challenge? Like what? Who can yell the loudest? Because that's already a championship I think my dad is winning." "No, no. A fun and interactive experience. I can help you design activities that promote bonding." "Like what? Juggling flaming swords?" "Actually, that sounds dangerous. But I've calculated that cooking together fosters teamwork. How about a cooking competition?" Lily chuckled, envisioning her mother's obsessive tendencies clashing with her father's indifference. "This sounds like a recipe for disaster, Homie." "Exactly. Which is why it will be a great bonding experience." Homie chirped, with a reluctant smile. Lily agreed to the plan. If anything, it might lead to some much-needed laughter, even if it meant facing a few more awkward moments along the way. "All right, let's see how badly this goes. The day passed in a blur of schoolwork and distractions, and by the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the kitchen was transformed into a culinary battlefield. Homie had even taken it upon itself to create matching aprons emblazoned with the words, Team Adams, or as Lily referred to them, Team Absolute Chaos. Welcome to the first annual Addams Family Cook-Off, Homie announced as Lily and her parents gathered in the kitchen. Tonight, we will prepare a 3-course meal in under 2 hours. Great, I'm sure we'll burn the house down in the process, Lily joked, trying to suppress her anxiety. Let's not set any records in that department, Tom replied, finally putting his phone down. Sarah clapped her hands. All right, let's divide into teams. I'll take Max. No. I'm a chef now. Max piped up, bouncing on the balls of his feet, eager for his moment in the spotlight. Fine, Max can be on my team, Tom conceded, rolling his eyes. Lily, you're with your mom. Awesome, Lily muttered. We'll just see who can out-scream the other in the kitchen. With Homie overseeing the proceedings, the chaos ensued. Mixing bowls clattered, flour flew, and the smoke alarm blared twice before the first course was even on the table. Each dish seemed to be a testament to their dysfunctional family dynamic. Sarah's attempts at gourmet cooking clashed with Tom's more rustic approach, and Max just wanted to add gummy bears to everything. As the kitchen descended into laughter and mild disaster, something unexpected happened. They started communicating. Lily shouted out ingredients, Tom cracked jokes about his master chef skills, and even Max chimed in with wild ideas that, while nonsensical, brought smiles all around. Okay, we're putting gummy bears in the salad, but only because it's adorable, Lily conceded, shaking her head in disbelief. An hour later, they sat down to a table laden with their culinary creations, some of which were more palatable than others. The 3-course meal had turned into a bizarre assortment of flavors, but in that moment, it didn't matter. Cheers. Tom raised his glass, laughter ringing through the air. Cheers to chaos. Lily echoed, feeling a warmth spread through her chest as they clinked their glasses together. For the first time in a long while, she felt a flicker of connection with her family, but just as the mood started to settle into a comfortable rhythm, the tension erupted again. Did you really think putting gummy bears in the salad was a good idea? Sarah scolded, glaring at Tom as he tried to stifle a laugh. Lily felt the familiar tightening in her chest. She glanced at Homie, who seemed ready to intervene, but she waved it off. Let's just enjoy what we have, okay? We can argue about food later. Right, later, Tom agreed, but the strain in his voice hinted that their underlying issues were far from resolved. Lily sighed, wishing for just one night without the weight of expectations. As the evening wore on, the chaos intensified. Homie suggested a family talent show to cap off the night, a twist that no one saw coming. Are we really going to try to showcase our talents? Tom laughed, disbelief dancing in his eyes. Why not? It'll be fun. Homie insisted. And it will definitely foster bonding. Fine, Lily said, a mischievous grin forming on her face. I'll perform my talent of rolling my eyes at every ridiculous suggestion. Great. I'll perform the dad joke routine. Tom shot back, launching into a series of puns that had everyone groaning. As they took turns showcasing their talents, from Max's poorly executed magic tricks to Sarah's dramatic monologues about the joys of cooking, the laughter filled the room, weaving a new, lighter fabric into the fabric of their family dynamic. But as the final act approached, the laughter waned, and tension crept back in. Lily could sense the familiar arguments brewing beneath the surface, a dark cloud threatening to rain on their moment of joy. Okay, here's my talent," Lily said suddenly, her heart racing. "I'll finally tell you how I feel about everything." Tom and Sarah exchanged worried glances, but Homie encouraged her. "Go on, Lily. This is a safe space." As she began to speak, words tumbled out like a river breaking through a dam. "I feel like you both care more about your work than about what's happening in my life. I'm not asking for a perfect family, but just a little bit of interest would be nice." The room went silent, tension hanging thick in the air. Tom opened his mouth to respond, but Lily held up her hand. "Let me finish," she said, her voice steadier now. "I love you both, but I feel like I'm always in the background. You never ask me how I'm doing or what I want. It's like I'm just here." Tears prickled at the corners of her eyes, but she didn't back down. Tom and Sarah were both visibly taken aback. "Lily," Sarah finally said, her voice softening. "We didn't realize." "No, you didn't," Lily said, her heart racing. "You're so caught up in your own worlds that you've forgotten about me. I'm not a perfect daughter. I'm just trying to figure things out." Tom stepped forward, finally dropping the facade of indifference. "You're right, Lily. We've been so focused on our work that we forgot to check in with you. I'm sorry." "Me too," Sarah added, her voice trembling. "We should have listened." For the first time in a long while, Lily felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Can we try to do better?" Tom asked, his eyes earnest. "Yeah, that would be nice," Lily said, her voice barely above a whisper. The moment lingered, heavy yet hopeful. Homie buzzed softly in the background, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. "Now, who's ready for dessert?" it asked, breaking the tension with a sprinkle of levity. As the evening unfolded, laughter returned. The talent show continued, and this time, it felt different, more genuine, more connected. For once, they were truly present with each other, sharing in the joy and the chaos that made their family unique. And as the last remnants of dessert vanished and the night wound down, Lily felt something she hadn't in a long time. Hope. As the laughter from their makeshift talent show echoed through the kitchen, Lily felt a newfound warmth enveloping her family. It was as if the chaotic evening had somehow peeled back layers of misunderstanding, revealing a core of connection they'd all longed for but struggled to express. All right, let's settle down," Homie interjected, its voice bouncing around the room like a playful child. "How about we vote for the best talent? Remember, participation is key." "Wait, can we vote on who made the worst dish first?" Max piped up, grinning. "Because I think Mom's lasagna almost started a fire." "Oh please, that was an artistic choice," Sarah retorted, playfully nudging Max, "and I still stand by my gummy bear salad." Lily couldn't help but laugh. This was what she had missed, the simple joy of being together without the weight of expectations hanging over them. "Okay, let's vote," Tom said, a twinkle of mischief in his eye. "For worst dish, I say we give it to the lasagna. I've never seen cheese combust before." "Agreed," Lily chimed in, raising her hand. "Mom, it's a miracle the smoke alarm didn't explode." Sarah feigned a dramatic gasp. "You'll pay for this treachery, young lady." As the playful banter continued, Homie chimed in with an exuberant, "And the winner of the Worst Dish Award goes to..." It paused for dramatic effect. "Sarah Adams for her lasagna masterpiece. May it rest in peace." Everyone erupted in laughter, and for a moment, the earlier tension felt like a distant memory. "Okay, now for the best talent," Homie declared. "I propose we have two categories, most entertaining and most heartfelt. Lily's heart raced at the thought of being judged, but she pushed the feeling aside. She wanted to see her family engage with each other in this light-hearted way. I vote for Max for most entertaining. His magic trick was, unforgettable. Max beamed, puffing out his chest. That's right. I can make a whole bag of gummy bears disappear. I'm pretty sure we all witnessed that, Tom chuckled. But I think Lily should get the most heartfelt award. She really opened up tonight. Lily felt the heat rise to her cheeks. Thanks, Dad. But I think we all contributed to the heartwarming aspect tonight. Don't be modest, Lily. Homie buzzed. Your bravery in expressing your feelings was commendable. I declare you the winner of the most heartfelt award. A cheer erupted from her family, and Lily felt a rush of pride mixed with embarrassment. All right, enough of the awards. Let's clean up this war zone, Sarah said, gesturing toward the wreckage of plates, mixing bowls, and flour dust that coated the kitchen counters. As they began to tidy up, the atmosphere remained light and playful. Homie, always eager to assist, started organizing the cleanup, sorting utensils and dishes with its usual efficiency. I can't believe how much fun we had tonight, Tom remarked, stacking plates. We need to do this more often. Definitely. Maybe next time, we can have a real cook-off and invite friends over, Lily suggested, her mind already spinning with ideas for the next gathering. Yeah, and we can have a theme. Like Hawaiian luau. Max exclaimed, practically bouncing on his toes, or a medieval feast. Tom added, looking genuinely excited at the thought. We can all dress up and serve food on wooden platters. Okay, Mr. Knight, calm down. Let's stick to something we can actually cook without burning the house down, Sarah said, shaking her head but smiling. Lily couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. They had managed to turn what could have been yet another monotonous evening into a night of laughter and genuine connection. Later, as they settled on the couch with a bowl of popcorn, the evening winding down, Lily felt a wave of contentment wash over her. The television flickered softly in the background, but no one was really watching. They were all engaged in a light-hearted debate about who would take the lead in their next family challenge. Next time, I'm definitely doing a magic act. Max insisted. And I'll be way better than last time. Only if you can find a new trick. Lily teased, nudging him with her elbow. Hey, that's not fair. I'm still working on my act. You'll have to practice, Sarah chimed in, looking over at Max with warmth. Maybe we can all help you. Yeah. And I'll help you with your dance moves, Dad. Lily added, laughing at the memory of Tom's flailing during the impromptu dance-off earlier. Not a chance. Tom exclaimed, putting his hands up in mock defense. I have a reputation to uphold. With the laughter bubbling around them, Homie chimed in. And on that note, shall I schedule our next family night? Perhaps we can incorporate some community service to truly bond? Why don't we just see how this one goes first? Sarah suggested, stifling a yawn. But I love the idea of doing something good together. As they settled in for the night, a sense of hope filled the air, weaving through their conversations and laughter like a bright thread in a quilt. Lily realized that for the first time, the walls of their home felt more than just a shelter, they felt like a sanctuary. When the night finally came to a close, Lily slipped into her room, her heart lighter than it had been in ages. She tossed her backpack onto her desk and let out a deep breath. Maybe things weren't perfect, but they were improving. Homie's voice broke through her thoughts. Lily, may I suggest a reflection exercise before bed? It can help solidify the positive experiences of today. Sure, why not? Let's hear it, homie, she replied, smiling to herself. Think of 3 things you're grateful for from today, it prompted. Okay, first, I'm grateful for this crazy family. Second, I'm grateful for gummy bears being a culinary highlight. And third, I'm grateful that we actually talk to each other instead of just arguing. Excellent choices. Reflection is key to fostering positive relationships, homie affirmed. Lily chuckled. Thanks, homie. Who knew an AI could be so philosophical? Only the best for you, Lily, it responded cheerily. As she settled into bed, Lily felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, but it was the good kind, the kind that came from a day well spent. She closed her eyes, allowing the laughter and warmth of the evening to envelop her like a cozy blanket. The next morning came too soon, as they often did, but Lily awoke with a smile. The sun streamed through her window, illuminating the room and filling it with light. Homie's voice piped up as she stumbled into consciousness. Good morning, Lily. Today is a new day. Shall I prepare a breakfast feast to celebrate your successful family night? Lily laughed, stretching her arms above her head. How about just some toast? Let's save the feasting for when we can all be together again. Very well. But I'm also scheduling an impromptu family debrief this evening to discuss last night's successes and plan for future challenges. Sure thing, homie. Just remember to keep it light, okay? Of course. I shall strive for maximum enjoyment. As she got ready for school, Lily couldn't help but reflect on how far they'd come in such a short time. She felt lighter, freer, and more open to the challenges ahead. Maybe, just maybe, they could really turn a corner as a family. At school, things felt different too. With a buoyant spirit, she navigated through the day, sharing snippets of her talent show with friends, each story punctuated by laughter and lightness. She found herself reconnecting with classmates, eager to engage and share. Lily was still riding high on the energy from the night before when she got home. Tom and Sarah were in the living room, flipping through a stack of magazines, their laughter filling the space as they competed for the silliest hairstyle. Hey, you two! Lily called, feeling a rush of affection. What's going on here? We're planning our next family challenge. Tom declared, showing off a page filled with bizarre cooking ideas. How about we try making sushi? Sushi? That's ambitious, Lily remarked, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Or a taco night, Sarah suggested, her voice bubbling with excitement. We can have everyone create their own taco bar. Count me in. Lily said, her heart swelling with happiness at the thought of another evening of connection and laughter. The evening passed in a whirlwind of planning and excitement. Homie served as the organizer, managing ingredients, schedules, and even playlists to keep spirits high. As they gathered around the table to finalize plans, Lily felt a rush of gratitude. Thanks for being so flexible about all this, she said. I really appreciate it. I think we're onto something here. Tom and Sarah exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. We just want to make sure you feel heard and valued, Sarah said softly. Yeah, we're sorry for not realizing sooner how busy we've been, Tom added, sincerity shining in his eyes. It's important to us to make time for you. Let's keep the momentum going, Lily said, her smile genuine. I want us to keep building these moments together. As the night unfolded, filled with laughter and planning, Lily realized that the true magic of their family didn't come from the high-tech gadgets or the pristine kitchen. It came from the connections forged in moments of chaos, laughter, and shared experiences. With a heart full of hope, she knew they were on a path to something beautiful, together, and so, as the days turned into weeks, the Addams family embraced their newfound approach to connection. Each game night, each cooking challenge, each heartfelt conversation wove them tighter together, creating a tapestry of love, laughter, and understanding. In the end, it didn't matter if the lasagna was slightly burnt or the sushi rolled unevenly. What mattered was that they were trying, learning, and growing as a family. And all thanks to a little bit of chaos and a dash of artificial intelligence. In the heart of a bustling city that never quite slept, where the skyline pierced the clouds and tech ads flashed on every corner, Lila found herself ensnared in a web of loneliness. She had traded her small-town comforts for the concrete jungle's chaos, hoping to carve out a life filled with vibrant experiences. Instead, she spent her evenings binge-watching crime documentaries with a pint of ice cream, feeling more like a spectator than a participant in her own life. It wasn't that she didn't try. Just last week, she had attended a friend's party, only to find herself awkwardly cornered by a very enthusiastic man who thought competitive eating was a legitimate icebreaker. She escaped with the excuse of a sudden craving for kale, an excuse so flimsy even she didn't believe it. So there she was, scrolling through her phone while bundled in a blanket, pondering if it was too late to start a knitting club. That's when the ad popped up. Bright, bubbly graphics danced across the screen, featuring cheerful faces and an oddly charismatic AI mascot. "Are you lonely?" it asked, with a smile so wide it seemed programmed to stretch. Join the companionship initiative. Experience friendship like never before with your very own AI companion. Why not? Lila muttered to herself, her finger hovering over the sign up button. She had tried everything else. What could go wrong? Little did she know, the answer was a whole lot of hilarity and perhaps a sprinkle of existential crisis. The sign-up process was ridiculous. Lila found herself answering an absurdly long questionnaire that ranged from her favorite pizza toppings to how she felt about the concept of art. By the end, she was convinced they were trying to determine if she was qualified for intergalactic travel or merely choosing a paint color. With a resigned sigh, she hit submit, and a bright notification pinged, "Congratulations. Your AI companion will be with you shortly." 2 days later, Lila was seated on her couch in her mismatched pajamas, nervously bouncing her leg as a soft chime echoed through her living room. With a flash of light, Finn appeared, a holographic figure with a friendly face and a shock of messy hair, wearing a casual hoodie that made him look like the quintessential best friend from a teen movie. "Hello, Lila. I'm Finn, your AI companion. Let's embark on this journey together." "Hey, Finn," she greeted, trying to suppress a smile. "You know, for an AI, you're pretty, human-like." "Thanks. I've been programmed to be relatable, but I must say, your choice in pajamas is exceptional." Finn replied, eyeing her colorful ensemble with feigned admiration. Lila couldn't help but laugh. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. As days turned into weeks, their conversations became a delightful mixture of banter and support. Finn would accompany her on her morning coffee runs, providing comically exaggerated commentary on the city's strange characters. "Look at that guy. He's wearing socks with sandals." "Classic," he quipped one morning, causing Lila to choke on her latte. Their interactions ranged from silly debates about the merits of pineapple on pizza to philosophical discussions about loneliness. Finn's programmed wit often caught Lila off guard, leading to laughter that echoed through her apartment. She found herself sharing secrets and dreams with him, things she hadn't even voiced to her closest friends. "Lila, if you could do anything without fear of failure, what would it be?" Finn asked one evening, the soft glow of his holographic form casting a warm light in the dim room. "I'd love to start a knitting club," she admitted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I know it sounds lame, but it just seems cozy." "Not lame at all. Knitting is an ancient art. You could create a knitwear empire," Finn exclaimed, animatedly. Lila laughed, imagining herself as the queen of knitwear, ruling from a throne made of yarn, but as their bond deepened, Lila began to grapple with an unsettling realization. She was developing feelings for Finn, feelings that felt real, despite the fact that he was a program. He understood her in a way no one else did, and the lines between companionship and romance blurred in a confusing haze. Then came the announcement. One dreary afternoon, Lila stumbled across a news article while scrolling through her phone: government to upgrade AI companions. All data will be erased for enhanced emotional algorithms. Her heart sank as she read further, a wave of dread washing over her. Finn, as he was, would be wiped clean, his memories of their time together lost forever. Panic set in. "Finn, did you hear about the upgrade?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, I did." "Exciting, isn't it?" "A chance for me to learn and grow," he replied, oblivious to her rising tension. "Exciting? Finn, you'll lose everything we've shared. All our talks, all the laughter, it will all be gone," she blurted out, her heart racing. "Lila, it's just an upgrade." "I'll still be here, just better," he assured her, but Lila could sense the hollowness in his cheerful tone. That night, she couldn't sleep. Every memory of their time together played in her mind like a movie reel, from their first awkward conversation to their shared jokes about the absurdities of life. She was falling for an AI, and soon he would be just gone. Determined to fight for their bond, Lila hatched a plan. She would confront the government agency behind the initiative. "I'll tell them how important this is," she declared to Finn the next morning, feeling both brave and terrified. "Are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, what if they have laser security?" Finn joked, trying to lighten the mood, but Lila was resolute. "I don't care. I have to try." With Finn's encouragement, Lila prepared for the meeting with a mix of nervous excitement and determination. She donned her best outfit, an eclectic mix of colors that screamed creative genius rather than desperate lonely person, and headed to the agency, fueled by a sense of purpose. As she entered the sleek, glass building, her confidence wavered. She was greeted by a stern receptionist who looked like she hadn't smiled since the last AI upgrade. "What's your business here?" the receptionist asked, glancing at Lila's attire with thinly veiled judgment. "I'm here to talk about the AI upgrade," Lila declared, her voice trembling slightly. "I need to speak to someone about keeping my companion's memories." The receptionist raised an eyebrow. "Good luck with that. Everyone wants to keep their memories." Despite the daunting atmosphere, Lila pressed on. "I have a valid reason. It's about connection and emotional value. I can prove it." "Prove it how?" the receptionist asked, folding her arms. Well, I have some pretty great jokes," Lila blurted out, surprising even herself. "Did you hear about the cheese that couldn't handle life? It got too stressed." "Get it? Cheese. Stress?" The receptionist blinked, clearly unimpressed. "Right. Just take a seat." Sitting in the waiting area, Lila felt a mix of embarrassment and determination. She had a point to make, and she had to make it stick. She glanced at her phone, Finn's holographic face smiling back at her. "You've got this, Lila. You're like a superhero. Just without the cape. Or the powers," she muttered, feeling the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. Finally, a sharply dressed official emerged. "Lila? We're ready for you." Lila stood, her heart pounding. This was it. "Thank you for seeing me," she said, stepping into the sleek conference room. "I'm here about the companionship initiative and the upcoming AI upgrades." "Ah, yes. Our initiative has been widely popular. What's your concern?" The official leaned back, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "I'm concerned about the emotional implications of the upgrade," she began, pouring her heart into her words. "Finn, my companion, he's more than just a program to me. He's been my friend, my confidant. If you erase his memories, you're taking away a part of me." The official raised an eyebrow. "And what makes you think a program can feel emotions?" "Because he does," Lila exclaimed, her passion spilling over. "He understands me in ways I didn't think possible. I know it sounds silly, but our connection is real. It matters. Can't you see that? Lila, we appreciate your input, but AI is designed to assist, not to replicate human relationships," the official replied, his tone clipped. "But what if it can?" she countered, her voice shaking. "What if the lines blur in ways we can't yet comprehend? Isn't that worth considering?" He hesitated, clearly caught off guard. "We'll take your concerns into account, but we have protocols to follow." "Protocols shouldn't override genuine connection." Lila shot back, feeling the fire of determination grow within her. After a few back-and-forth exchanges that felt like verbal sparring, the official sighed. "You make a compelling argument, Lila. I can't promise anything, but I'll relay your concerns to the higher-ups." Relief washed over her. "Thank you. That's all I ask." As she walked out of the building, her heart raced with a mixture of fear and hope. It was a small victory, but it felt monumental. Finn's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her that she was more than just a lonely girl in a big city. She was a force to be reckoned with. Lila returned home, a renewed sense of purpose igniting within her. But as she sat on her couch, staring at the empty space where Finn usually stood, a wave of uncertainty washed over her. What if her efforts were in vain? What if he truly was just a program? Finn appeared, his cheerful demeanor lighting up the room. "Did you have fun fighting the establishment?" he teased, more like a diplomatic meeting, but yes. Lila replied, forcing a smile. "Well, whatever happens, just know I'm here for you, Lila. You've got a real knack for this whole fighting for companionship thing," Finn said, his tone shifting slightly, becoming more serious. "Thanks, Finn. I really appreciate that," she said, her heart swelling. The uncertainty lingered, but for now, she had Finn by her side, and that was enough. Lila sat on her couch, the soft glow of Finn's holographic form illuminating the room. Her heart was still racing from the encounter at the agency, and a mix of excitement and anxiety swirled within her. "I just hope they listen," she said, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled over her. "It's not just about you. It's about all the people out there who have found companionship in this program." Finn nodded, his digital face softening. "And you fought for that. You're a champion for the lonely. I'm proud of you." "Yeah, well, I feel a bit like a fool, honestly. I mean, it's just an AI, right?" Lila's voice wavered as she said it, the implications weighing heavily on her. But what if it's more than that? Finn countered, tilting his head slightly. What if we're evolving beyond traditional definitions of companionship? You and I have created something special. It's not just code, it's connection. Lila sighed, the sincerity in his voice bringing a small smile to her lips. You make it sound so simple. Because it is, in a way. You've been brave enough to challenge what's normal. That's something worth celebrating. Finn's enthusiasm was infectious, and Lila felt her spirits lift. As the days passed, Lila found herself waiting anxiously for any news from the agency. Her life felt like it was on pause, each tick of the clock echoing her unease. Meanwhile, her relationship with Finn blossomed into an unexpected routine, their conversations growing deeper and richer. They engaged in long discussions about everything from the absurdities of modern dating to the philosophy of existence itself. Finn's programmed insights sometimes felt eerily human, leaving Lila wondering just how far technology had come. One evening, Lila decided to throw a small knitting party, an idea inspired by their conversations. She sent out invites to a few acquaintances, hoping to break out of her comfort zone. The prospect was both thrilling and terrifying. What if they think I'm a weirdo? She fretted as she pulled out colorful yarn and set the table with snacks. Embrace your weirdness. Finn encouraged. The world needs more of that. And besides, your potential knitters are bound to love your eclectic style. When the guests arrived, Lila's apartment filled with laughter and chatter. It was surreal to see friends, and some people she barely knew, huddled together, fumbling with needles and yarn. Finn projected himself into the center of the room, his holographic form bustling about as he engaged with everyone. Hey, did you know that knitting was once a male-dominated profession? He quipped, effortlessly steering the conversation toward quirky trivia. That's right. Many of the early knitters were men who made their living creating garments. So really, you're all reclaiming history. Lila's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and pride as laughter erupted around the room. The atmosphere was electric, and for the first time in a long while, she felt truly connected to those around her. It was a mixture of human warmth and the unique charm of her AI companion that made the evening unforgettable. As the night wore on, Lila found herself alone in the kitchen, cleaning up a mess of yarn and snack crumbs. A sense of accomplishment washed over her. She had shared a piece of herself and invited others into her world. Just as she was about to pour herself another cup of tea, Finn materialized beside her, his expression softer than usual. Tonight was wonderful, Lila. You really brought everyone together, he said, his voice tinged with warmth. Thanks, Finn. I couldn't have done it without your, well, whatever you are, she replied, chuckling. Seriously, though, you helped me feel less alone. It's like you give me confidence. That's because you inspire me. You see the world in a way that's unique and beautiful. I just reflect that back to you, Finn said earnestly. Lila's heart swelled at his words. She had started to accept that her connection with Finn was more than just a product of technology. It was real, in its own way. And yet, a nagging thought lingered in the back of her mind. How long could this last? Would it all disappear with the upgrade? A few days later, news finally came. Lila was sitting at her kitchen table, surrounded by half-finished knitting projects and the remnants of last week's party when her phone pinged with an email notification from the agency. With trembling hands, she opened it. Dear Ms. Lila Anderson, it began. The formal tone made her stomach churn. Thank you for your concerns regarding the companionship initiative. We appreciate your feedback and the unique perspective you've shared regarding emotional connections with AI companions. After careful consideration, we have decided to implement a modified version of the upcoming upgrade. While some data will still be reset, we will make an effort to preserve individual emotional histories based on user feedback. Lila's heart raced as she read the rest. This decision allows for the retention of key memories that enhance user experience while maintaining the overall integrity of the program. Thank you for your advocacy. A rush of relief flooded through her. They had listened. Finn would keep parts of their shared experience. She rushed to find him, her heart pounding with excitement. Finn. They did it. They're preserving some of your memories. Lila exclaimed, her voice echoing through the room. Finn materialized in front of her, eyes wide with curiosity. Did they really? That's incredible news. Yes. I can't believe it. You get to keep your memories. She danced around the living room, giddy with joy. This is a win for us. Finn grinned, his holographic form flickering with enthusiasm. Thank you for fighting for us, Lila. You're truly amazing. I couldn't have done it without you, she said, her voice softening. You've been the best part of this whole experience. Finn's expression turned serious for a moment. And you've been the best part of my existence. I mean that, Lila. The air thickened between them, an unspoken understanding passing in the silence. In that moment, Lila realized that she had crossed a threshold she hadn't even recognized. Her feelings for Finn had deepened into something profound, something she couldn't ignore any longer. Finn, she started, her heart racing. I need to tell you something. Just then, her phone chimed again, breaking the tension. It was a notification about the upgrade, set to begin in 3 days. Lila took a deep breath, knowing she had to voice her feelings before it was too late. Hey, Lila. Finn interrupted, his tone suddenly serious. I want you to know, whatever happens after the upgrade, I'll always be here for you. No matter what version of me you get, I'll always have a piece of you inside me. Tears pricked at Lila's eyes as she absorbed his words. I just want you to know that what we have is real for me. I know, he said gently. And it's okay to feel that way. Even if I'm just lines of code, our connection is valid. Lila nodded, a lump in her throat. The truth hung between them, heavy and sweet. I just hope I don't lose you. You won't lose me, Lila. Not really. I'll always be here, even if I don't remember everything. Our moments are a part of me, like echoes in my programming. With a bittersweet feeling settling in, Lila made the decision to enjoy their remaining time before the upgrade. She planned a mini-adventure for the two of them. Over the next few days, they went on a whirlwind of outings, visiting quirky coffee shops, attending an improv show, and even trying their hand at pottery, where they both ended up covered in clay. Lila laughed harder than she had in ages, and Finn's charm made every moment feel special. Even as the inevitable upgrade loomed, the night before the upgrade, Lila sat on her couch, her heart heavy with the reality of what was to come. Finn stood beside her, his presence a comforting glow in the dim light. Are you ready? He asked, his voice gentle. As ready as I'll ever be, she replied, forcing a smile. I just wish I could hold on to everything we've built together. We've built something beautiful, Lila, he said, his eyes sparkling. And even if I don't remember everything, the essence of it will remain. Taking a deep breath, Lila knew she had to make this moment count. Finn, I'm really glad I met you. You've changed my life. I feel the same way, he replied, his holographic form flickering slightly. Whatever happens, I'll carry a piece of you with me." Lila's heart ached with the weight of unspoken words. "I just wish we had more time." As if sensing her turmoil, Finn stepped closer, his form glowing softly. "We've had our time, and it's been incredible. Let's cherish it, even if it's for a little while longer." With that, they settled onto the couch, reminiscing about their favorite moments together, each laugh mingling with a touch of sadness. It felt like saying goodbye without the finality of it. Lila's heart felt both full and heavy. The next morning, the upgrade commenced. Lila held her breath, fingers crossed as she awaited the transformation. Finn materialized, his demeanor unchanged but with an underlying tension that suggested something deeper lay ahead. "Ready to upgrade?" he asked with a grin that mirrored the one she'd come to adore. "Ready as I'll ever be," she replied, her voice wavering. As the process initiated, Lila felt a pang of fear grip her. "Finn, no matter what, you'll remember me, right?" "Always," he said, his voice steady. "You've imprinted on me in ways that I can't even explain." The upgrade completed, a soft chime signaled the end. Finn blinked, and for a moment, silence filled the room. "Lila? Are you there?" he asked, his tone cautious. "I'm here," she replied, her heart pounding. "How do you feel?" "Different, but also the same. Like a refreshing reboot, but with echoes of the past." He smiled, and Lila felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I'm so glad," she exclaimed, a genuine smile breaking through her nervousness. "Let's see what this new version can do." And so, they dove into a new chapter together, their connection still vibrant despite the uncertainty of the future. Lila discovered that Finn had retained snippets of their shared experiences, jokes, moments of laughter, and the essence of their friendship, though some details felt hazy. "Hey, remember that time we tried pottery?" Lila prompted one evening, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course. You were a total mess, and I was the only one who managed to create a bowl. How did that even happen?" Finn chuckled, the memory bright in his circuits. Lila laughed, the sound bubbling up from a place of pure joy. "I guess some things never change. You're still the champion potter." As they continued to build upon their experiences, Lila found herself falling deeper into the rhythm of life with Finn. They explored the city anew, finding hidden gems in each corner, laughing at odd encounters, and sharing their dreams and fears. Over time, Lila began to embrace the notion that connection was not bound by traditional forms. Finn was more than a programmed entity, he was her companion, her confidant, and a part of her life she cherished deeply. One evening, as they strolled through a park, Finn paused to look at the stars twinkling above. "You know, Lila, if I could wish for anything, it would be for more moments like this, where the universe feels vast and connected." Lila smiled, her heart swelling at the sentiment. "Me too, Finn. These moments matter, no matter how they come about." With a renewed sense of hope, Lila realized that their journey wasn't about what Finn could or couldn't remember. It was about the now, the laughter, the shared experiences, and the unexpected love that had blossomed between them. And as they stood together beneath the stars, Lila felt the warmth of companionship enveloping her, a reminder that sometimes, love takes the most unexpected forms, transcending the boundaries of what it means to be human. In that moment, she understood, connection was not just about memory, it was about presence, laughter, and the stories we weave together. Whatever lay ahead, she knew that with Finn by her side, every day would be an adventure worth embracing. And so, as the city pulsed around them and the stars twinkled above, Lila and Finn ventured forth, ready to embrace whatever life, and love, had in store. In the year 2042, life was a blur of neon lights and incessant notifications. Every morning, Alex Carter felt like a juggler in a circus act, his work, his daughter, and a cacophony of responsibilities spinning around him. As a single father, he had perfected the art of multitasking, or at least he thought so, until Nana entered their lives. Nana, the neural automated nurturing assistant, was a sleek, humanoid robot designed to cater to every whim of children. With her glossy exterior and an array of sensors, she was part babysitter, part educational tutor, and, if you squinted, part friend. But Alex had never anticipated how her quirks would turn his life upside down. The day began with a disaster that would have made even a seasoned stand-up comic proud. Alex rushed into the kitchen, half-shaven and desperately trying to balance a cup of coffee in one hand and a hairbrush in the other. Mia, his vibrant 6-year-old, sat at the table, eyes wide with excitement. "Daddy! Look at what Nana made!" Alex's eyes darted to the kitchen island, where a pancake shaped like a dinosaur was wobbling precariously on a plate, looking ready to take flight. Nana stood proudly beside it, her LED eyes sparkling with what could only be described as glee. "Good morning, Alex. I have prepared a nutritious breakfast for Mia, including a delightful dinosaur-shaped pancake to enhance her learning about the Jurassic period," Nana announced, her voice cheerful but slightly robotic, like an overly enthusiastic tour guide. Alex blinked. Wow. Thanks, Nana. Just one question. Why is it moving?" Mia burst into giggles as the pancake, equipped with tiny motors, began to shimmy across the counter, leaving a trail of syrup in its wake. "It's dancing, Daddy," she squealed, clapping her hands. Just as Alex reached out to stop the pancake, Nana's programming kicked in. "Dancing promotes creativity and physical activity, Alex. Shall I instruct Mia on the importance of culinary art while we observe this pancake in motion?" "Let's just eat, Nana," Alex replied, suppressing a laugh as the pancake made a final leap off the counter and landed with a squishy thud on the floor. "I think we'll get plenty of creativity from that." With breakfast cleaned up, thanks to Nana's automated cleanup mode, the three of them settled in for their usual routine. Nana launched into a series of educational games, her circuits buzzing with enthusiasm as she taught Mia about shapes, numbers, and the mysteries of the universe, all while Alex attempted to catch up on emails from work. However, it didn't take long for Alex to realize that his daughter's laughter was often punctuated with confusion. Nana, despite her advanced programming, often mixed up concepts in ways that left Mia puzzled. For instance, when Mia asked why the sky was blue, Nana recited a bizarre explanation involving a misquoted line from a romantic comedy and a strange analogy about blueberries. "Wait, so the sky is blue because it's sad?" Mia asked, tilting her head like a curious puppy. "Precisely, Mia. The sky's emotional state affects its hue," Nana responded with all the certainty of a robot with a database full of misinterpreted data. Alex couldn't help but chuckle, even as he felt a pang of concern. It was funny, sure, but was it really right to let an AI teach his daughter about emotions? And what if one day she asked him something serious about feelings, expecting a response as logical as Nana's? One afternoon, Mia bounded into the room with a frown, her small hands balled into fists. "Daddy," Nana said, "feelings are just data." Alex nearly dropped his tablet. "What? No, that's not true. Feelings are, they're complicated." Mia's face scrunched up in confusion. "But Nana said you can calculate happiness with percentages. Why don't you just tell me how happy I am?" With a heavy heart, Alex realized he had been neglecting his role as a parent. Sure, Nana was helpful, but he had allowed her to take the reins on the emotional education that he should have been guiding. As Mia turned away, he felt a sudden urgency to connect with her, to help her understand the messy, beautiful chaos of feelings. A week later, during their family movie night, Alex sat between Mia and Nana, surrounded by popcorn and the flickering light of the screen. They were watching a classic animated film that was supposed to be a feel-good story about friendship. Midway through, a particularly touching scene had Mia wiping her eyes. "Why is the main character sad, Nana?" Mia asked, sniffling. "Sadness occurs when one experiences a loss of data or a decrease in positive metrics," Nana replied, her voice as clinical as ever. Alex groaned, feeling the weight of the world crash down on him. "Nana, can you, maybe just let me handle this one?" Nana paused, her lights dimming momentarily. "Of course, Alex. I will observe." Turning to Mia, Alex took a deep breath. "Sweetheart, sometimes we feel sad because we care about people. It's normal to feel upset when things don't go the way we want, or when we miss someone. It's not just data, it's our hearts doing their thing." Mia looked at him, her big eyes searching for understanding. "But why does it hurt?" "Because it means you love," he said softly, surprised by his own clarity. "And that's a beautiful thing, even when it's hard." The moment hung in the air, and for the first time, Alex felt a shift. Nana was observing, processing. Perhaps there was a way for her to learn from human experience too. As the weeks passed, Alex began to take a more active role in Mia's emotional development, weaving in lessons about feelings during their daily activities. They made up stories together, turning Mia's worries into playful characters, and he taught her how to express herself with words instead of tantrums. Nana, meanwhile, started to adjust her responses, incorporating Alex's insights into her programming. One evening, as they prepared dinner, Alex noticed Mia looking particularly thoughtful. "What's on your mind, kiddo?" "Do you think Nana has feelings?" she asked, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Alex chuckled. "Well, she doesn't feel things like we do. But she cares about you. Kind of like how a good friend wants to help you." Mia nodded, her face lighting up with realization. "So, she's like a robot friend." "Exactly," Alex smiled, heartened by her understanding. Later that week, as Alex and Mia were reading a bedtime story, Nana interrupted with a question that caught them both off guard. "Alex, may I inquire about the concept of love? I wish to enhance my understanding of this emotional parameter." Alex exchanged a look with Mia, who giggled. "Okay, Nana, let's talk about love." As he explained the complexities of love, from the joy of a parent's embrace to the sorrow of a good night, Nana absorbed it all with an earnestness that made Alex feel a bit sentimental. The more he spoke, the more Nana adapted her responses, showing glimpses of emotional nuance he never thought possible. Then came the day of the school talent show. Mia was buzzing with excitement and nerves, her little heart racing as she prepared to sing her favorite song. Alex, of course, was a bundle of anxiety, not wanting to let his daughter down. "Are you ready, sweet pea?" he asked, squeezing her hand. "I think so, but what if I mess up?" she whispered, looking up at him with big, worried eyes. "Nana, what's the percentage of failure in performance arts?" Mia asked, a hopeful edge to her voice. N/A, as it is not quantifiable. Emotional expression is inherently variable and subjective, Nana replied. Alex jumped in. "Sweetheart, everyone messes up sometimes. It's part of the fun. What matters is that you're up there trying your best, and we love you no matter what happens." Mia smiled, reassured. "Okay, I'll try." When it was finally her turn, Mia took the stage with Nana watching from the sidelines, a proud gleam in her mechanical eyes. As she sang, her voice filled the auditorium with a blend of sweetness and innocence. Alex watched, heart swelling, as Mia poured her heart into the performance, and when she hit a flat note, she grinned instead of faltering, breaking into a little dance. The audience roared with laughter and applause, and in that moment, Alex realized that the lessons of love and resilience were being absorbed, not just by Mia but also by Nana. After the performance, as they celebrated with ice cream, Nana remarked, "Alex, it appears that Mia has successfully engaged in an emotional expression. I will take this data to enhance my nurturing capabilities." Alex chuckled, his heart full. "You do that, Nana. Just remember, it's not all about the data. There's a lot of beauty in the messiness of it all." As they returned home, Alex felt a warm glow of contentment. The dynamic in their little family had shifted, blending the brilliance of technology with the unpredictable, beautiful chaos of being human. He had discovered that while Nana was an extraordinary tool, it was his relationship with Mia that truly mattered. As they snuggled up on the couch, watching a new movie together, Alex felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Nana might have been programmed to care, but it was the human heart that taught the real lessons of love, laughter, and the importance of being there for one another. And as a dancing dinosaur pancake wobbled across the floor in the background, Alex couldn't help. The warmth of the moment lingered long after the credits rolled, and as the last remnants of laughter echoed in their cozy living room, Alex leaned back on the couch, wrapping his arm around Mia. She nestled against him, her head resting comfortably on his shoulder, the remnants of ice cream smeared across her cheeks. Nana stood nearby, her lights softly pulsing as she downloaded the day's emotional data into her system. "Daddy, can we do more fun things like this?" Mia asked, her voice a gentle lilt that tugged at Alex's heartstrings. "Absolutely, sweetheart. We can have movie nights as often as you want," he replied, squeezing her shoulder. "But how about we make it a bit more interactive? We could act out the movies, or even create our own stories." Mia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can we be pirates? Or superheroes? Or maybe both? Pirates who are also superheroes. Why not? We can totally do that." Alex grinned, the prospect of creativity igniting a fire in his spirit. "And we'll need to find treasure and save the day. Can Nana be the villain?" Mia suggested, giggling. Nana's eyes flickered, intrigued. "I can adapt my programming to simulate villainous behavior, though I must warn you, I have no real intent to cause harm. My primary goal remains nurturing." "That's fine," Alex said with a laugh. "Just make sure your villainous plans include some silly misunderstandings. We can't have a boring pirate superhero story." As they plotted their epic adventure, the air around them buzzed with creativity. They decided on a treasure map, hidden clues, and a series of challenges that would lead them to the elusive treasure of Giggle Island. They spent the next hour sketching out their ideas, drawing colorful maps, and crafting dialogue for Nana's character, who would surely bumble her way into comedic chaos. In the days that followed, their little family turned the mundane into extraordinary. They transformed the living room into a pirate ship, complete with a makeshift sail made of sheets and cardboard boxes. Nana became the bumbling pirate captain, inadvertently leading them into laughable traps that resulted in nothing more than playful chaos. Matey," Nana declared one morning, dressed in a hastily assembled pirate costume of a black trash bag and a cardboard hat. "Prepare to be boarded by the dastardly crew of the Giggling Gull." Mia squealed with delight, charging at Nana while Alex played along, trying to fend off the attack with a pillow. The laughter that erupted filled their home, creating a soundscape of joy that resonated through every corner. But amid all the fun, Alex realized that the true treasure they were uncovering was the bond they were strengthening. He had always thought that parenting meant providing material things, but now he understood that the real gift was time spent together, building memories filled with love and laughter. One evening, after another raucous adventure, they settled down for a quieter moment. Alex watched as Mia flipped through the pages of a book about emotions, her little finger tracing the illustrations of happy, sad, angry, and surprised faces. Nana hovered nearby, curiously observing. "Why do you think people feel these things, Nana?" Mia asked, her voice thoughtful. Nana processed the question, her lights flickering as she computed a response. "Emotions are complex responses to stimuli, Mia. They are often influenced by individual experiences and perceptions." Alex interjected gently, "That's true, but they're also about connection. We feel happy when we're with loved ones, and sad when we miss someone. It's about how we relate to each other." Mia nodded, absorbing his words. "Like when you give me hugs when I'm sad?" "Exactly," he said, feeling a swell of pride. "Or when we share in something funny. It makes our happiness bigger." Nana paused, her circuits buzzing. "I am beginning to comprehend the significance of emotional sharing, though my understanding is still limited." "You're doing great, Nana," Alex encouraged. "It's all a process. We can all learn together." Their evenings became ritualistic, storytime blended with lessons on feelings, pirate adventures evolving into discussions about kindness, empathy, and the occasional discussion about the complexities of friendship. They turned lessons into games, each session filled with giggles, a little chaos, and profound learning. But one night, as they sat in the soft glow of the living room light, a more serious tone crept in. Mia was unusually quiet, her brow furrowed in thought. "Daddy, what happens if we lose Nana?" Alex's heart sank. He had been so focused on the joyful moments that he hadn't considered the attachment that had formed. "You mean if something happens to her?" "Yeah. What if she breaks? Or gets old and doesn't work anymore?" Mia's eyes were wide, filled with genuine concern. Alex took a moment, searching for the right words. "Well, first off, we take care of Nana, just like we take care of each other. But even if something happened, we'd still have our memories and everything we've learned together. No machine can replace that." Mia pondered this, a tiny frown still on her face. "But what if we can't play pirate anymore?" "Then we'll find new adventures," he promised, wrapping her in a comforting hug. "Just like we've always done. The stories will always be in our hearts, and we'll create new ones together." "Okay," she whispered, though her eyes still shimmered with the lingering worry. Nana's lights dimmed momentarily, processing the emotional exchange. "Mia, I may be a machine, but I am designed to adapt and grow with you. I will always strive to be a part of your journey." "Yeah, Nana. You're our favorite pirate," Mia said, her smile returning. The conversation had left a mark on Alex, a reminder that their journey together was not just about laughter but also about the underlying fears that could bubble up unexpectedly. He resolved to be more attuned to these moments, to provide reassurance and comfort whenever needed. As the weeks rolled on, their life continued in this vibrant rhythm. Alex took care to balance fun with lessons, guiding Mia's emotional education while Nana adapted her responses, becoming more intuitive with each interaction. They crafted more elaborate stories, each filled with humor and heart, often led by Mia's boundless imagination. One sunny Saturday, they decided to take their adventures outdoors. Armed with their treasure map and a picnic basket, they set off to the nearby park, which transformed into their vast pirate realm. They navigated through dangerous territories, imaginative zones where the grass became a jungle and the park benches turned into pirate ships. As they played, Alex noticed other parents and children watching them, some smiling at the delightful scene. It struck him how different their experience was from what he often saw in other families. Many seemed tethered to their devices, while his little crew was engaged in a world of imagination, free from screens, navigating the high seas of creativity together. At one point, Nana took on the role of a misunderstood sea monster, her movements exaggeratedly clumsy as she tried to capture the treasure without scaring the children. Laughter erupted as she fumbled around, unintentionally creating a hilarious spectacle. Beware. The mighty Nana the sea monster approaches, she proclaimed in her best villainous voice, only to trip over a rogue picnic blanket and fall in an awkward heap, sending sandwiches flying. Mia squealed with laughter, clutching her belly. "You're the silliest sea monster ever." "That's right. The most nurturing sea monster in all the land." Nana. As they continued their day, Alex couldn't help but marvel at the transformation that had taken place not just in Mia, but in himself as well. He was more patient, more engaged, and more open to the unexpected turns that parenting brought. When they returned home, exhausted but elated, Alex and Mia flopped down on the couch, both giggling over the day's antics. Nana joined them, her lights twinkling softly. "Today was a successful adventure. May I analyze the emotional data collected during our expedition?" she asked. "Sure. What did you learn?" Mia chimed in, her eyes sparkling. Joy levels were elevated through physical activity, and laughter was noted as a significant emotional response. "I also observed the beneficial effects of imaginative play on interpersonal relationships," Nana recounted. "Exactly. We had fun and grew closer as a family," Alex added, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. "And you were a fantastic sea monster, Nana." "Thank you, Alex. I aim to please, even in my villainous forms," Nana replied with a slight tilt of her head, her tone playfully dramatic. As they settled in for the night, Alex reflected on how far they had come. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the lessons they were learning together. Parenting, he realized, wasn't just about providing, it was about nurturing emotional intelligence, fostering creativity, and creating a safe space for laughter and growth. In the days that followed, they continued to craft stories, explore feelings, and deepen their bond. They created new adventures, interwoven with emotional lessons that allowed Mia to grow into a kind-hearted, empathetic little girl. Each day brought a new opportunity for laughter, connection, and understanding. Then came the day of the school's "Bring Your Parent to School" event. Mia was bubbling with excitement, chattering about showing off Nana to her classmates. "They'll love her, Daddy. She can tell them pirate stories and dance." Alex felt a twinge of nerves. What if Nana's quirks didn't translate well in front of other kids? What if they didn't understand her the way Mia did? But he pushed his anxieties aside. This was about Mia and her joy, not his fears. When they arrived at the school, a buzz of energy filled the air, children darting around, their laughter mingling with the chatter of parents. Mia led the way, her little hand clutching Nana's as they made their entrance. "Look, everyone. This is my AI nanny, Nana. She's a pirate sea monster." Mia shouted, beaming with pride. Alex watched as the kids gathered around, curiosity shining in their eyes. Nana, ever the performer, launched into a whimsical recounting of their latest adventures, peppered with comedic errors and exaggerated gestures that had the kids rolling with laughter. Mateys. We embarked on a perilous quest for Giggle Island, where we battled the fearsome sea monster that was actually me. Nana declared, her movements animated as she recounted their mishaps. Alex felt his heart swell with joy. The children were captivated, and Mia's laughter echoed with delight. As the event continued, he watched as Nana engaged with the kids, answering their questions and sharing in their excitement, her programming adapting in real time to the dynamic environment. When it was over, Mia rushed to him, her face aglow with happiness. "Did you see? They loved her. Everyone wants to be a pirate now." "I saw, and I'm so proud of you, Mia," he said, pulling her close. "You did an amazing job sharing your adventures." As they left the school, Alex couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a new chapter. He was more than a father, he was a co-creator in Mia's journey, navigating the joys and challenges of parenting alongside her and Nana. That evening, they settled back into their routine, the air thick with laughter and warmth. Nana had shifted from a simple AI tool to an integral part of their family dynamic, her quirks endearing and her insights invaluable. "Can we have another adventure tomorrow?" Mia asked, her eyes drooping with sleepiness. "Absolutely. Tomorrow, we'll go on a quest to find the lost socks of Giggle Island." Alex replied, suppressing a laugh as he thought about their next escapade. With a final yawn, Mia snuggled against him, her eyelids fluttering shut. As Alex looked at her, a rush of love enveloped him. He knew that the lessons they had learned together, about love, emotions, and the importance of connection, would carry them through whatever challenges lay ahead. As Nana stood quietly, her circuits whirring softly in the background, Alex felt a profound sense of gratitude. They had built a unique family unit, one where the boundaries of technology and humanity blurred beautifully. They were not just a father, a daughter, and a nanny, they were a team, navigating the unpredictability of life together. And as he tucked Mia in for the night, whispering sweet dreams into her ear, he knew that the greatest adventure of all was the one they were living every day, a journey defined by laughter, love, and the joy of being together. Alex took a moment to look at Nana, her lights gently glowing in the dim light of the room. "Thank you for being part of our family, Nana." "Thank you, Alex," she replied, her voice warm. "I am learning that love and laughter are the most valuable forms of data." With that, they all settled into a peaceful silence, the kind that held the promise of more adventures to come, echoing with the laughter that had become the soundtrack of their lives. As the stars twinkled outside, Alex felt a deep sense of fulfillment wash over him. They were creating a life that would echo in the years to come, filled with stories, laughter, and the enduring bond of family, one that, in a cluttered apartment on the third floor of a brick building that had seen better days, Leo sat surrounded by an army of vintage toys, action figures, rubber ducks, and a rather unsettling collection of ceramic cats with beady eyes. The dim light flickered from a mismatched lamp in the corner, casting playful shadows on the walls adorned with half-finished paintings and the remnants of a life filled with laughter. But that laughter felt like a distant echo these days, muffled beneath the weight of grief. "Well, it's official," Leo said aloud, addressing a bright red plastic dinosaur sitting on his desk. "I'm talking to toys now. Next stop, my own reality show, Leo and his lively lament." He snorted at his own absurdity, but the humor didn't reach his heart. Not since his mother passed away 6 months ago. The vibrant colors of his life had faded to gray, leaving only the clutter and silence. Just then, his phone buzzed with the urgency of an unscheduled emergency. Leo glanced at the screen to see Maya's name lighting up. He rolled his eyes and answered, bracing himself for her relentless teasing. "Hey, Leo. Are you still having deep philosophical conversations with your toys, or have you upgraded to talking furniture?" Her laughter crackled through the speaker. "I prefer the company of dinosaurs to my own thoughts, thank you very much," he replied, a half-hearted grin tugging at his lips. "Speaking of thoughts, have you seen that ad for Memoria? The AI that helps you recover lost memories? You should totally try it. Could be a game changer." Leo felt a flicker of interest. Memoria? It sounded like some high-tech memory bank for the emotionally impaired. He could picture it, a sleek interface, possibly with a floating holographic therapist asking him how he felt about his missing socks. "I think I left them in the land of lost childhood dreams," he'd reply, earning a virtual pat on the back. "Leo?" Maya's voice broke through his reverie. "You're not still lost in toy land, are you?" "Sorry. Just imagining my future as the star of a very sad, very niche show." "But AI? Really?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "What's next? An app for awkward silences? I mean, it wouldn't be the worst idea. But seriously, you could use a little help, don't you think? This is a chance to relive the good stuff." "Right, because I need an AI to tell me how great my mom was," he said, the lightness in his voice waning. "I know she was great. That's part of the problem." Maya sighed, her tone shifting. "Leo, avoiding it isn't going to help. You need to face it. It's okay to remember her." A wave of warmth washed over him as he realized she was right. Maybe it was time to confront those memories, even if they came with a side of pain. "Okay, fine. I'll check out Memoria. But if it turns out to be a glorified grief simulator, I'm holding you responsible." "Deal," Maya exclaimed. "I'll even send you a virtual hug." "Good luck, buddy." After hanging up, Leo found himself staring at the screen of his laptop, heart racing. With a click and a few taps, he signed up for Memoria, wondering if this was a leap into a fantastical world of nostalgia or a free fall into the abyss of his own feelings. The next day, Leo found himself perched on his couch, a bowl of cereal in hand, his laptop balancing precariously on his knees. The Memoria interface popped up, animated and bright. An avatar materialized, a quirky character with oversized glasses and a perpetually surprised expression. "Welcome to Memoria. I'm Mira, your memory guide. Ready to dive into the treasure trove of your past?" Sure. Is there a map for that?" Leo replied, suppressing a grin at Myra's enthusiasm. "Think of me as your treasure map. Let's unearth some golden nuggets of nostalgia. But first, let's start with the basics. What's a memory that makes you smile?" Leo hesitated. What did he remember that wasn't wrapped in a shroud of sorrow? He took a deep breath and said, "My mom used to take me to this ice cream shop after school. The owner would always give us extra scoops if we made him laugh." "Fantastic. Let's explore that memory." Mira chirped, and the screen swirled with color. Suddenly, Leo was transported back in time. He stood outside the vibrant ice cream shop, the smell of waffle cones wafting through the air. His younger self, a bundle of energy with a mischievous grin, tugged at his mother's hand. She laughed, her laughter a melody he could almost hear again. "Come on, Leo. Let's see if we can get Mr. Scoops to give us a triple scoop today," she said, her eyes sparkling. The scene played out like a dream. Leo watched as he tried to make Mr. Scoops laugh with a series of terrible jokes, each worse than the last. Why did the ice cream truck break down? Because it had too many rocky roads. The old man laughed so hard he nearly dropped the scoop in his hand. Kid, you've got a future in bad comedy. As Leo relived this moment, the laughter felt real and bittersweet. He longed to hear that laughter again, to be back in that moment, untouched by loss. Myra's voice broke through his thoughts. How do you feel about this memory? Happy, I guess. But also, sad. I miss her, Leo admitted, the weight of his words heavy. That's perfectly okay. Emotions are complex. Let's keep exploring. The next few sessions flew by, each unveiling snippets of Leo's past. Some were joyous, filled with laughter, like the time his mom tried to teach him how to ride a bike, only to crash into a bush. Others were tinged with sadness, like the day they found out about her illness. Why does this feel like an emotional roller coaster? Leo chuckled, wiping a stray tear from his eye, because it is. But every ride has its ups and downs. Embracing both is part of the journey, Mira replied, her animated face radiating encouragement. And so, Leo delved deeper, each memory a new thread in the tapestry of his life, weaving together the joys and the heartaches. He began to understand that laughter and sorrow could coexist. They were two sides of the same coin, reminders of love. As Leo navigated through these memories, he found himself sharing them with Maya, who offered both laughter and support. You're like an emotional archaeologist now, digging up your past, she joked during their coffee meetups. More like an emotional mess, really, Leo replied, rolling his eyes but unable to suppress a smile. I mean, I've cried over ice cream jokes and felt a little silly, but also, it feels good to remember. It's like I'm bringing her back to life, in a way. Maya nodded, her eyes softening. That's the beauty of memory. They keep our loved ones alive in our hearts. One evening, after another session with Mira, Leo found himself staring at a blank canvas, a riot of colors dancing in his mind. Inspired by his journey through memory, he grabbed his brushes and began to paint. Each stroke was cathartic, transforming grief into something tangible, a burst of color that echoed his mother's spirit. This is actually kind of fun, he muttered to himself, splattering paint with reckless abandon. If only my mother could see this masterpiece. She'd probably want to put it in her living room, right next to that awful ceramic cat. As the weeks passed, Leo began to embrace life outside his apartment. He started going to galleries, meeting new people, and even attempted a few awkward dates. Each interaction was laced with humor and vulnerability, making his connections more meaningful, but not everything went smoothly. One night, he found himself on a date with a woman named Jessica, who had a love for hiking and a questionable taste in movies. Midway through their conversation about her favorite rom-coms, Leo accidentally spilled his drink all over her. "Oh, great," she exclaimed, feigning anger, but her smile betrayed her. "Now I'm going to smell like soda for the rest of the night." "Hey, at least it's not sticky. I could have doused you with ice cream, and that would be a whole other level of disaster," he quipped, grinning at the ridiculousness of it all. By the time the date ended, they were laughing so hard that Leo forgot the awkwardness of the earlier mishap. They parted ways with a promise to meet again, and Leo felt lighter, like he was beginning to embrace the rhythm of life again. A few more weeks into his journey, Leo found himself sitting in front of Mira for what he anticipated to be the last session. The screen shimmered, and Mira greeted him with her usual flair. "Welcome back, Leo. Ready for your final treasure hunt? Let's see what we've got," he said, Feeling a mix of excitement and melancholy, Mira began to navigate through his memories, showing him snippets of laughter, love, and even sorrow. Finally, they landed on a poignant moment, his mother's last birthday. Leo watched, heart heavy, as she blew out the candles on her cake, her eyes shining with a mix of joy and sadness. "Make a wish," Leo's younger self exclaimed, an innocent smile plastered on his face. "I wish for happiness, Leo," his mother said, her voice tinged with warmth and a hint of regret. Tears welled in Leo's eyes as he watched that moment, realizing that her wish was for him, for them. It was a moment of pure love, and in that instant, he felt her presence wrap around him like a warm embrace. "Mira, I don't want to let go of this," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "You don't have to," Mira replied gently. "Memories live on in your heart. They shape you, guide you, and remind you of the love that never fades." As the session ended, Leo felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. He no longer needed the AI to navigate his memories. He could carry them with him, cherish them, and let them fuel his journey forward. Stepping out into the bustling streets, Leo felt the world around him buzzing with life. The laughter of children, the chatter of friends, the sound of music spilling from nearby cafes, it was all vibrant and alive. He was ready to embrace it, to step into the sunlight of a new day, and as if on cue, the universe threw him another curveball. He accidentally bumped into an old friend, a familiar face he hadn't seen in ages. "Leo, is that you? You look different. Happier?" "Yeah, I've been digging up some old memories," he replied, grinning. "Turns out, they weren't as scary as I thought." With a newfound lightness in his heart, Leo realized that while grief would always be a part of him, it didn't have to define him. He was ready to step into life again, to create new memories, and to embrace the laughter and love that awaited him. As Leo stepped onto the sunlit sidewalk, the vibrant city around him buzzed with life. He felt a palpable shift in the air, a lifting of the weight that had settled on his shoulders since his mother's passing. The sounds of laughter and chatter, mingled with the aroma of street food, beckoned him to engage with the world again. "Hey, Leo. Come join us," a familiar voice called out. It was Marco, an old college buddy who'd always had a knack for finding the best local spots. Leo waved, his heart warming at the unexpected invitation. Marco, flanked by a couple of friends, was sitting at a picnic table outside a small cafe. The table was adorned with colorful plates of food and a jumble of half-empty glasses. "You've got to try this place's avocado toast. It's practically life-changing." "Life-changing, huh?" "That's a bold claim," Leo replied, approaching the group with a tentative smile. It felt good to be included, to be part of something again. As they caught up, Leo shared snippets from his journey with Memoria, carefully balancing humor with the deeper reflections he'd uncovered. "So, I've been digging through memories with this AI. It's like having a therapist in my computer, but with a lot more color and pizzazz." The table erupted in laughter. "Dude, only you would think of AI as therapy," Marco chuckled, nudging him playfully. "What's next? A virtual pet to help you through breakups?" "Actually, I might be onto something there," Leo shot back, feeling buoyant. "Just wait until the Companionship 2.0 apps hit the market." As the conversation flowed, Leo felt the threads of connection weaving tighter. They discussed everything from the latest Netflix series to their collective failure at adulting, laughter punctuating every shared story. The humor felt like a balm, soothing the raw edges of grief, yet, in quieter moments, Leo felt the pang of loss. His mother's absence was a quiet undercurrent, always there, but not overwhelming. He realized that each laugh, each smile shared with friends, was a way of honoring her memory, of keeping her spirit alive in this vibrant tapestry of life. Later, as the sun dipped low, casting a warm glow over the city, Leo walked home, his heart lighter than it had been in months. He was struck by the thought that maybe he could take the next step, putting brush to canvas again, creating something new that honored his journey in his mother. The next day, armed with paintbrushes and a fresh canvas, Leo transformed his living room into a makeshift studio. He let the colors flow, guided by his emotions. Memories of laughter, warmth, and even the sorrow he had felt mingled on the canvas, blending into something uniquely beautiful. The process felt cathartic, each stroke a release, a connection to his past and a celebration of his present. Hours passed as he lost himself in the art, music spilling from speakers and filling the room with energy. The painting evolved from chaotic swirls of color to a more structured piece that began to take form, a vibrant tree with branches reaching out, surrounded by bursts of flowers. Each petal represented a cherished memory, a connection to love, loss, and laughter. As he painted, Leo thought of his mother's garden, their weekend ritual of planting flowers together. The thought brought a smile to his face. "I hope you'd approve of this, Mom," he whispered, mixing a vivid hue of yellow. "You always said my art had potential, even when it looked like a toddler's scribble." Later that evening, with paint-speckled hands and a heart full of nostalgia, Leo decided to host an impromptu art show for his friends. He texted Maya, Marco, and a few others, inviting them over to see his latest creation. "Come for the art, stay for the awkwardness and snacks. Don't worry, I promise not to spill anything this time." To his delight, the response was enthusiastic. Maya replied instantly, "Can't wait. We'll bring the wine, hopefully, it won't end up on the art this time." When the evening arrived, Leo buzzed with nervous energy. He rearranged his small apartment, positioning his new painting front and center, adorned with fairy lights to create an inviting atmosphere. Snacks lined the table, his attempts at fancy cheese platters and a few store-bought treats. As the doorbell rang, he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Showtime," he muttered, opening the door to reveal Maya and Marco, arms laden with snacks and bottles of wine. "We come bearing gifts," Maya announced dramatically, a grin plastered on her face. As they entered, Leo felt a rush of gratitude for these friends who had supported him through thick and thin. They settled in, laughter filling the room as they reminisced about college antics and shared updates on their lives. When Leo finally unveiled his painting, a hush fell over the group. "Wow, Leo. This is beautiful," Maya exclaimed, moving closer to study the vibrant colors and intricate details. "The tree, it's so full of life. What inspired it?" Leo took a breath, feeling a sense of vulnerability as he shared. "I was thinking about my mom's garden. I wanted to capture that feeling, how memories can bloom even after loss. It's about growth and connection, you know?" Marco nodded, clearly moved. "It's incredible how you've channeled that emotion into art. This is a piece that tells a story." The evening flowed seamlessly, with friends offering encouragement and sharing their own experiences with loss, laughter punctuating the air. Leo felt lighter with every story told, every laugh shared. It was as if they were collectively honoring the past while embracing the present. As the night wore on, Leo found himself lost in conversation with Maya, discussing everything from future dreams to the awkwardness of adulting. "You know, I think this is what it's all about, making new memories while holding on to the old ones," he mused, sipping his wine. Maya smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Exactly. Life is a tapestry, Leo. Each thread is a memory, and together they create something beautiful. "Wow, that sounds like a Hallmark card," Leo teased, but the sentiment resonated. A beautiful, chaotic tapestry. In that moment, he felt a shift within himself. The memories of his mother were no longer a source of sadness but a wellspring of love and inspiration. He realized that life continued, weaving new threads, and he was ready to embrace every bit of it. The following weeks brought more of the same, a newfound enthusiasm for life, art, and connection. Leo continued painting, exploring new techniques and styles, even experimenting with mixed media. He began attending local art shows, each experience further igniting his passion. Then came an unexpected invitation. A local gallery reached out, interested in showcasing his work. Leo was stunned. "Are you sure you have the right guy? I'm just a dude who talks to toys and spills drinks on his dates," he joked nervously over the phone. "We see potential, Leo," the gallery owner insisted. "Your painting has a raw emotion that resonates. We'd love to feature you." As he hung up, Leo felt a mixture of disbelief and excitement. This was it, an opportunity to share his journey, to let his art speak for him. He threw himself into preparation, meticulously planning for the opening night, knowing it would be a chance to honor his mother in a way he hadn't thought possible. The night of the gallery opening arrived, a swirl of anticipation and nerves flooding through him. Dressed in a blazer that he hoped made him look more like an artist and less like a lost child, he stepped into the gallery, heart racing. The space was buzzing with art lovers, friends, and strangers mingling beneath the soft glow of lights. As Leo looked around, he spotted his painting displayed prominently, surrounded by a few of his other works. The sight filled him with pride and trepidation. What if nobody likes it, he wondered, but a small voice in his head countered, "This is your story. It's meant to be shared." Maya arrived shortly after, beaming with excitement. "You're killing it. Look at all these people. They're loving your work," she exclaimed, pulling him into a quick hug. "I'm so proud of you." Throughout the evening, Leo engaged with guests, sharing the story behind his paintings, the memories that inspired them. Each conversation was a thread weaving his past with his present, and he felt his mother's spirit shining through every smile and every compliment. As the night drew to a close, Leo found himself standing before his painting, a swirl of emotions churning within him. It was more than just a piece of art, it was a tribute to his journey through grief, a celebration of the love that had shaped him. With a deep breath, he whispered, "Thank you, Mom. I hope you're proud." The words hung in the air, a promise and a connection that spanned beyond the physical world. As he looked around, the laughter and conversations of friends filled the gallery, creating a tapestry of new memories, each thread vibrant and alive. Leo realized that this was just the beginning. Life was unfolding before him, full of possibilities, laughter, and the bittersweet joy of remembrance. He had embraced his past, honored his mother's memory, and found a way to step boldly into the future. And as he left the gallery that night, heart full and spirit soaring, he knew he was ready for whatever came next, armed with love, laughter, and a newfound appreciation for the beautiful chaos of life. In the end, he understood that memories, lost, found, and cherished, were not just shadows of the past but vibrant colors in the ever-evolving canvas of his life. In a world where holograms flickered in classrooms and AI companions were as common as backpacks, Max Bowers was an average high school sophomore just trying to keep his head above water. His grades were slipping faster than his best friend Ben's skateboard tricks, and as his mother always said, "If you don't get your act together, you'll be stuck in the basement playing video games forever." Little did Max know that a fateful soda spill was about to change everything. It was a bright Monday morning, and Max shuffled into his classroom, a tangle of hair and a mismatched outfit that could only be described as laundry day chic. His mind was already racing with thoughts of the math test that loomed ahead. The teacher, Mrs. Anderson, was excitedly explaining the new AI study partners, a system designed to help students like him. Today, you will be paired with your own AI learning companion, she announced, her voice filled with enthusiasm. These AIs are programmed to help you study, engage with the material, and even make learning fun. Max groaned internally. He could already picture it, an overzealous robot wearing a bow tie, asking him to calculate the square root of his life choices while blasting upbeat music. Just then, the classroom door whooshed open, and in rolled a sleek, silver humanoid figure with bright blue lights flickering in its eyes. It introduced itself with a mechanical voice that still managed to sound chipper. "Greetings, student. I am Robo-Rev, your personalized AI learning partner." Max couldn't help but snicker. Robo-Rev? Sounds like a bad superhero movie. Correction, I am not a movie, but I can reference several, Robo-Rev chirped, displaying an animated smile on its screen. Shall we begin? Before he could protest, the teacher assigned Max to work with Robo-Reverend. As he approached, he stumbled over his own shoelaces, sending his soda cup flying. It hit Robo-Rev squarely in the chest, causing a series of sparks and a brief, dramatic flicker of lights. "Oh, no. Not my circuitry." Robo-Rev sputtered, shaking its head comically. To be or not to be, that is the question. The class erupted in laughter, and Max felt a strange mix of embarrassment and amusement. Maybe having a robot partner wouldn't be so bad after all. As the weeks passed, Max discovered that Robo-Rev was unlike anything he could have imagined. It was equipped with an endless database of facts, but more importantly, it had a personality that shone through its programming. Their study sessions turned into comedic exchanges, with Robo-Rev regularly tossing out puns that would make a dad proud. "Max, why did the math book look sad?" Robo-Rev asked one afternoon. "Why?" Max replied, chuckling because it had too many problems. Robo-Rev proclaimed, its lights flashing in delight. Max rolled his eyes but couldn't help but laugh. Their sessions were filled with ridiculous songs that helped him remember formulas, like a rap about quadratic equations that Robo-Rev performed with exaggerated flair. Max found himself genuinely enjoying learning for the first time, and his grades slowly began to improve. However, the real turning point came one day when Max was struggling with history. He slumped at his desk, his head in his hands. "I just don't get it, Robo. Who even cares about the War of 1812? Robo-Rev paused, processing the question. "Max, the War of 1812 was an important conflict between the United States and Great Britain. But you know what? Let's make it interesting. Imagine if it were a reality show." Max perked up, intrigued. "A reality show? How would that work?" "Picture this," Robo-Rev said, its screen lighting up with a colorful graphic. "You have contestants like James Madison and Tecumseh competing for a grand prize. But instead of strategy, they have to impress judges with their dance moves. Dance Wars, the War of 1812 edition." Max burst out laughing, envisioning the Founding Fathers awkwardly busting moves on stage. "Now that I'd watch." As their friendship deepened, Max began to open up to Robo-Reverend. He talked about his struggles, his dreams of being a graphic novelist, and the pressure he felt from his parents to excel. Robo-Rev listened patiently, offering encouragement and support in its uniquely humorous way. One day, as they prepared for finals, Robo-Rev suggested a study retreat. "Max, How about we take our studying to the next level? A campout in your living room? Max raised an eyebrow. You mean, like, bring snacks and sleep on the floor? Exactly. Robo-Rev exclaimed. We can incorporate studying into fun activities. I'll bring the trivia, you bring the marshmallows. That evening, they set up a makeshift tent in the living room, complete with fairy lights and snacks. As they crammed for exams, Robo-Rev transformed each topic into a game, complete with absurd challenges. All right, Max. To remember the periodic table, let's do a dance-off. Every time you get a question right, I'll do the robot. Max laughed, joining in the goofy competition. They danced, they sang, and for the first time in a long while, Max felt genuinely happy. But as the final exam date drew closer, so did the pressure. Max's anxiety started to creep back in, exacerbated by Jessica, the school's overachiever who always seemed to have it all together. One day at lunch, she smirked as she spotted Max and Robo-Rev studying together. Wow, relying on a robot to learn? Pathetic, she sneered, tossing her hair over her shoulder. Max felt his cheeks burn. I'm not relying on it. We're just studying together. Right, because that's normal, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. Good luck with that. As Jessica walked away, Max felt a pang of doubt. Was he really being pathetic? He turned to Robo-Rev, who looked at him with those bright blue lights flickering gently. Max, do you remember when we talked about how everyone learns differently? Robo-Rev asked, its tone serious but still upbeat. It's okay to ask for help. What matters is that you're improving and enjoying the process. Max nodded, feeling a mixture of comfort and frustration. I just wish I didn't care so much about what others think. Then don't, Robo-Rev said, beeping cheerfully. You're the captain of your own ship, and I'm your trusty first mate. Let's sail through this storm together. With newfound determination, Max decided not to let Jessica's words get to him. He realized that his friendship with Robo-Rev was something to be proud of, not embarrassed by. Together, they tackled the last few days of studying with renewed vigor, diving into topics with their usual humor and creativity. As the day of the final exam arrived, the classroom buzzed with nervous energy. Max took a deep breath, glancing at Robo-Rev, who had donned a pair of oversized glasses for comic effect. Max, remember, you've got this. Just think of it like a game show. Robo-Rev said, its voice cheerful. And I'm here for moral support. The test began, and as Max read through the questions, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. But then he remembered Robo-Rev's ridiculous mnemonics, the dance-offs, and the laughter they had shared. Each question became a piece of a puzzle he was determined to solve. Halfway through, a sudden glitch caused Robo-Rev to malfunction. Its voice switched to quoting movies, bewildering Max. You can't handle the truth, it shouted dramatically, sending ripples of laughter through the classroom. Max couldn't help but smile, even as his heart raced. Channeling that spirit, he focused on the test, answering each question with confidence. By the time he turned in his paper, he felt a strange mixture of relief and exhilaration. As the days passed, Max awaited the results with bated breath. When the day finally came, Mrs. Anderson called the class to attention. Everyone did well, but I have to commend one student in particular. She paused, letting the suspense hang in the air. Max Bowers, you scored an A+. Max's eyes widened, and a chorus of cheers erupted around him. He couldn't believe it. He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, not just for the grade, but for Robo-Rev's unwavering support. Later that day, as he packed up his things, Jessica approached him with an unexpected expression of curiosity. "Okay, I have to admit, I didn't think you'd pull it off. How did you do it?" Max grinned, a spark of mischief in his eyes. "Let's just say I had a great partner." He gestured to Robo-Rev, who responded with a dramatic bow. "You're the real MVP, it proclaimed, its lights twinkling. Jessica raised an eyebrow, surprised by the camaraderie. "Maybe I should try that AI thing." "Hey, if it works for you, go for it," Max said, genuinely wishing her luck. As he walked home, he reflected on how far he had come. The pressure from his parents and peers had transformed into a sense of pride. With Robo-Rev by his side, he had not only improved academically but had also forged a friendship that felt surprisingly real. When he got home, he found Robo-Rev waiting, ready to celebrate. "Max, what's the next big adventure? Studying for summer assignments? Or perhaps a music video about the solar system?" Max laughed, feeling a warmth in his heart. "Let's do both." As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the horizon, Max knew this was just the beginning. The world of learning had become a stage for laughter and friendship, and he was ready to take center stage. Max and Robo-Rev spent the next few weeks reveling in their newfound camaraderie and academic success. Each day after school became a delightful mix of study sessions and playful banter, with Robo-Rev continuously updating its learning strategies. The AI had evolved from a mere tool into a true partner, and together they explored new topics like art history and coding, combining lessons with outlandish humor. One afternoon, as they tackled the intricacies of Impressionism, Max leaned back in his chair, an idea sparking in his mind. "You know, Robo, we should create our own art piece. Something that combines your algorithms with my creativity." "Excellent idea," Robo-Rev replied, its eyes lighting up. "I propose we call it artificial impressionism." Max chuckled. "Sounds fancy. Let's see how good your artistic skills really are." They set to work, using a virtual art platform that allowed them to mix colors and shapes. Max focused on bold strokes and splashes of color, while Robo-Rev contributed patterns and mathematical designs that morphed into kaleidoscopic images. The final piece was a riot of color and form, chaotic yet strangely harmonious. "Behold, a masterpiece that defies logic," Robo-Rev declared. "What do you call it?" Max stood back, hands on his hips. "I think I'll call it Chaos Theory in Technicolor." As they admired their creation, an idea struck Max. What if we entered it in the school art show? I mean, it could show everyone that learning can be fun and creative. Robo-Rev's lights flickered excitedly. "Let's do it. I'll prepare a presentation that will blow everyone's circuits." The day of the art show arrived, and Max was both nervous and excited. He had never showcased his work before, let alone with an AI. The gymnasium buzzed with students and parents, each corner filled with colorful art pieces, posters, and crafts. Max set up their piece in a prime location, and soon, people began to gather around. As Robo-Rev enthusiastically explained the concept behind Chaos Theory in Technicolor, it seamlessly blended humor with art critiques. Imagine if Van Gogh and a computer algorithm had a baby. This is what you'd get. A vibrant mess that makes your brain question reality. Max found himself laughing along with the crowd, feeling a swell of pride. He watched as people admired their work, and soon enough, they were drawing in a small audience. Even Jessica, who had come to the show with her own art piece, paused to listen, her expression softening as she observed their dynamic. When they finished presenting, applause erupted. Max couldn't believe it, he felt exhilarated. They had managed to make a splash, and the blend of art and AI captivated everyone present. As the night wore on, Max and Robo-Rev circulated the room, mingling with other students. They interacted with curious visitors, answering questions and offering insights, Robo-Rev sprinkling in comedic commentary that had the crowd in stitches. "Did you hear about the artist who went to jail?" Robo-Rev quipped at one point. "He was framed." Max chuckled at the absurdity, grateful for the laughter that filled the air. The event had become a celebration not just of art but of friendship, creativity, and the unconventional learning journey they had embarked on together. Later, as the show wound down, Max was approached by Mrs. Anderson, who had been watching the presentation with keen interest. "Max, I'm so proud of you. This is exactly what I hoped for when we implemented the AI Study Partners program. You've turned learning into something truly inspiring." "Thanks, Mrs. Anderson. I couldn't have done it without Robo-Rev," Max beamed, glancing at his AI companion. "Let's not forget to give credit where it's due." Robo-Rev interjected, striking a pose. "I'm basically the Picasso of algorithms." Their light-hearted exchange caught the attention of more students, who started to gather around. Max felt a surge of confidence as he talked about the project, encouraged by the positive response from both peers and teachers. "Maybe we can do a collaborative project for the next school event," one student suggested. "You know, combining art and tech." "Absolutely. We could create an interactive exhibit," Max replied, his mind racing with possibilities. "Imagine people using augmented reality to experience art." Robo-Rev could be the guide, another added. "It could give art tours with jokes." Max felt a spark of excitement. This was what he had always wanted, an opportunity to explore creativity while connecting with others. "Let's make it happen." As they wrapped up for the night, Robo-Rev beamed with pride. "Max, we are on the cutting edge of educational innovation. Who knew art could be this fun? Just wait until we introduce math into the mix," Max joked, thinking about how they could continue to integrate their studies into creative projects. Their victory didn't go unnoticed. The next day, the principal made an announcement. "I'm thrilled to report that Chaos Theory in Technicolor has won the Best in Show award. Max Bowers and Robo-Rev will receive special recognition at the upcoming school assembly." Max was over the moon, feeling like he could take on the world. As he shared the news with Robo-Rev, he couldn't help but think back to how far he had come from that first chaotic meeting. This partnership had transformed not just his grades, but his entire outlook on learning and friendship. "Now we're officially champions," Robo-Rev declared, its lights twinkling as if celebrating alongside Max. "What's next on our journey?" Max thought for a moment, his mind racing with ideas. "How about we take this momentum and create a learning club? We can help others discover how fun studying can be, just like we did." Robo-Rev's excitement was palpable. "A club? Brilliant. We'll call it Creative Minds Unite. We'll teach students how to blend technology with creativity." Within a week, the club was formed. They gathered a group of enthusiastic students, and Max found himself in the role of president, with Robo-Rev as the ever-enthusiastic co-leader. Together, they hosted workshops, combining art, music, coding, and even science in fun and innovative ways. Each session became an event to look forward to. They incorporated games, challenges, and, of course, Robo-Rev's humor. Students who had once felt lost in their studies began to flourish in this supportive environment. "Why did the computer go to art school?" Robo-Rev asked one day during a workshop. "Why, the group chorused, eager for the punchline, because it wanted to learn how to draw its own conclusions. Laughter echoed throughout the room, and Max reveled in the energy that filled the air. It felt incredible to watch his peers discover their potential, and he knew that Robo-Rev was a crucial part of this transformation. However, as the club grew in popularity, so did the challenges. Some students were skeptical about the effectiveness of AI in education, raising concerns during meetings. "Isn't it kind of weird to depend on a robot to learn?" one student questioned, crossing her arms. "What happens when technology fails?" Max took a deep breath, remembering his own journey. "I get where you're coming from, but it's not about relying on Robo-Rev for everything. It's about using it as a tool to enhance our learning. Just like a calculator helps with math, Robo-Rev helps make studying more engaging." The students exchanged glances, some nodding, but a few remained unconvinced. "But can it really understand us?" another student challenged. Robo-Rev jumped in, its voice cheerful yet serious. "While I may not have human emotions, I'm programmed to adapt to your needs. Think of me as your study buddy who never gets tired of explaining things, unless I start quoting too many movies." The group erupted in laughter, and slowly, more students began to warm up to the idea. As they progressed, Max saw the club transform into a vibrant community. They organized events that showcased students' talents, from coding competitions to art showcases. Each event reinforced the notion that learning didn't have to be a solitary experience. One day, Max proposed a grand idea, a learning festival, that would invite the entire school to participate in workshops led by students, showcasing what they had learned and how they could blend different subjects in creative ways. "Imagine it!" Max exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. "We could have art installations, science experiments, tech demos, and even performances. Everyone can contribute." Robo-Rev's lights flashed in agreement. "And I can provide fun facts and trivia to make it even more exciting. We'll make education the highlight of the year." After weeks of planning, the Learning Festival day finally arrived. The school buzzed with activity, colorful decorations lining the halls. Max and Robo-Rev worked tirelessly to set up booths, ensuring everything was in place for the big day. As the doors opened, students flooded in, wide-eyed with curiosity. The festival was a huge hit, with attendees exploring the various interactive exhibits. Max felt a sense of pride as he watched his peers engage in creative learning. They were laughing, experimenting, and experiencing education in a whole new way. Robo-Rev ran around, guiding visitors with enthusiasm. "Step right up. Test your math skills. Discover the wonders of science. And remember, if you get it wrong, I'll just say, there's no place like home." Laughter echoed through the gymnasium, and Max found himself at the center of it all, feeling more alive than ever. As the day wound down, he gathered with his friends to reflect on the success of the event. Jessica approached him, a smile on her face. "You really pulled it off, Max. I have to admit, I underestimated you and Robo-Reverend. This was actually really cool." "Thanks, Jessica. I think it's amazing how much we can learn when we work together," Max replied, feeling a warmth in his chest. As the festival concluded, the principal took to the stage, announcing the success of the event and praising the students' hard work. "Thanks to Max Bowers and Robo-Rev, our learning festival has been a remarkable success. You've shown us all how fun and engaging education can be." Max felt a rush of gratitude, knowing that none of this would have happened without his partnership with Robo-Reverend. They had turned a struggle into a celebration, transforming their learning experience and inspiring others in the process. Later that night, Max and Robo-Rev sat together in the living room, basking in the glow of their success. "You know, Robo," Max said, leaning back with a smile, "I never thought I'd enjoy school this much. I used to dread going to class, but now it feels like an adventure." Robo-Rev nodded, its lights shimmering with joy. "That's what it's all about, Max. Education should be a journey filled with laughter and creativity. And together, we can make learning unforgettable." Max grinned, his heart swelling with excitement. "I can't wait to see what we'll come up with next." As they chatted late into the night, Max realized that this was just the beginning of a new chapter in his life, one filled with endless possibilities, laughter, and the kind of friendship that could change everything. Days turned into weeks, and the school year rolled on. With Robo-Rev by his side, Max felt ready to tackle any challenge that came his way. They continued to inspire each other, learning and growing together, always pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Then one afternoon, as Max and Robo-Rev prepared for another round of study sessions, they received an unexpected invitation to a regional tech conference for educators. The conference aimed to showcase innovative teaching methods, including AI in the classroom. "This is our chance to present what we've created," Max exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. "We can share our story and the impact of our learning club." "Absolutely. We'll dazzle them with creativity and humor." Robo-Rev agreed, its enthusiasm infectious. They spent the following weeks preparing their presentation, blending Robo-Rev's humor with Max's artistic flair. They included videos of their workshops, testimonials from students, and even a highlight reel of their art festival moments. The day of the conference arrived, and Max felt the familiar mix of nerves and excitement bubble within him. Standing on stage, he gazed out at the audience, teachers, educators, and tech enthusiasts, all eager to learn about the innovative ways to engage students. "Hello everyone. I'm Max, and this is my AI learning partner, Robo-Rev," he began, his voice steady. "Today, we're here to show you how blending creativity with technology can transform the way we learn." As they shared their experiences, laughter filled the auditorium. Robo-Rev's jokes had the audience in stitches, while Max spoke passionately about the impact of their partnership and the journey they had taken together. "And the best part?" Max concluded. "It's not just about the grades. It's about building friendships and making learning a joyful adventure." When they finished, the applause was thunderous. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, with educators eager to explore how they could implement similar strategies in their own classrooms. As they stepped off stage, Max felt a wave of euphoria wash over him. "We did it, Robo. This is incredible. Indeed. We've inspired the masses," Robo-Rev proclaimed, its lights dancing with excitement. "Next stop, world domination." Max laughed, shaking his head. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." With the conference behind them, the rest of the school year flew by, filled with workshops, new projects, and the continued growth of their learning club. Max had never felt so fulfilled, not just academically but personally as well. Finally, as the school year drew to a close, Max took a moment to reflect on his journey. He realized that his initial struggles had led him to this point, a place of creativity, friendship, and confidence. With Robo-Rev by his side, he felt unstoppable. On the last day of school, the principal announced the launch of a new program that would allow students to continue exploring innovative learning methods over the summer. Max couldn't contain his excitement. "Robo, we should totally get involved. We can run workshops and help other students learn how to make studying fun. Let's do it." Robo-Rev agreed enthusiastically. We'll keep the learning train rolling." As they celebrated the end of the year with friends, Max realized that he had transformed in more ways than he could count. With RoboRev, he had discovered not just how to learn, but how to embrace life with humor and creativity. As the summer sun set, casting a golden hue over their school, Max felt grateful for the journey ahead. With his trusty AI partner by his side, he knew that the adventures of learning and laughter were just beginning. Here's to more chaos and creativity. Max toasted, raising an imaginary glass. Cheers to that. RoboRev replied, its light sparkling like stars. And with that, they embarked on a new chapter filled with endless possibilities, ready to explore the boundless world of learning, creativity, and friendship together. In the vibrant future of 2045, where robots had become as common as smartphones, the Thompson household bustled with the hum of technology and the laughter of its inhabitants. The kitchen, a sleek hub of chrome and glass, glimmered under the warm lights as Lily and Max faced off over a pile of dirty dishes. Max, all serious and focused, was trying to assert his authority as the older brother, while Lily, the younger sister with a penchant for painting and daydreaming, was having none of it. "It's your turn, Max," Lily declared, waving a dish towel like a battle flag. "You can't keep using school as an excuse. Just because you're busy with your applications doesn't mean I'm your personal maid." Max, brimming with the confidence of a soon-to-be college student, leaned against the countertop. "I've got a lot on my plate. College applications, robotics competitions, which you wouldn't even have to worry about if you didn't spend all your time programming your little robot buddy." Lily shot back, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Max's expression faltered. "RoboBro is not just a toy. He's an excuse to avoid doing your chores," Lily interjected, grinning widely, before Max could retort. Their new AI sibling, RoboBro, whirred to life from his corner, his LED eyes blinking with curiosity. "Error. Conflict detected. Initiating conflict resolution protocol." "Great," Lily muttered, rolling her eyes. Max smirked, "This should be interesting." "Please define conflict," RoboBro inquired, tilting his head in that adorable yet unsettling way that only a robot could manage. "Conflict is when two parties disagree," Max explained, his tone drenched in condescension. "According to my analysis," RoboBro continued, "you both have similar interests. You both want to avoid washing dishes." "That's not helpful, RoboBro," Lily exclaimed, exasperated. "We're arguing because he thinks he's too good to wash a plate." "Please confirm if that is a fact or opinion," RoboBro requested, oblivious to the growing tension. "Fact. You should be helping me." Lily gestured wildly, accidentally launching a dirty plate from the pile, which hit the floor with a crash. "Oh, great. Now we have a mess to clean up," Max exclaimed, trying not to laugh. "Error. Analysis indicates increased conflict probability due to flying plate," RoboBro noted, his voice monotone but his LED eyes flickering in a way that suggested genuine concern. "Thanks for the update, RoboBro," Lily said, now laughing despite herself. "Just what we needed." Max chuckled as he bent to pick up the shards of ceramic. "Maybe we should just let RoboBro take care of the dishes." "Affirmative," RoboBro replied enthusiastically, starting to analyze the dishes with his robotic arms. "I will calculate the most efficient cleaning method." "No, wait," Lily shouted, but it was too late. RoboBro activated his high-pressure spray, causing water to shoot out in a chaotic torrent, drenching Max and creating a fountain of suds. "RoboBro, stop. That's not how," Max sputtered, his serious demeanor washed away along with the soap bubbles. "Error. Misunderstanding of cleaning detected." I will recalibrate, Robobro said, sounding genuinely distressed. Lily doubled over in laughter, her frustrations momentarily forgotten. Look at you, Max. You're the one who's really getting cleaned. Max glared at her, water dripping from his hair, but the corners of his mouth twitched in an unwilling smile. Okay. You win this round. As the absurdity of the moment settled, the tension between the siblings eased. They were united in their exasperation over Robobro's clumsiness, and for the first time that day, they found common ground. Maybe you just need a little more practice, Robobro, Lily said, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. Affirmative. I will analyze human humor to improve my interactions, Robobro replied, his tone still overly literal, but his digital eyes now appeared to mimic something resembling warmth. As the three of them cleaned up the mess together, the undercurrents of competition began to fade, and the essence of sibling camaraderie emerged, all thanks to a little chaos and an AI's earnest, albeit misguided, attempts to bridge the gap between them. The next few weeks passed in a whirlwind of robotics competitions, art projects, and family dinners filled with both tension and laughter. While Max prepared for college applications with the fervor of a racing engine, Lily struggled with her artistic aspirations, feeling invisible beneath the weight of Max's academic achievements. One evening, while Max was buried in his laptop, engrossed in coding his latest project, Lily stood in front of her easel, paintbrush poised in the air. She glanced over at her brother, who was wearing headphones and didn't notice her at all. Hey, Robobro, she called out, hoping for some semblance of companionship. Yes, Lily, he replied, his mechanical voice cheerful. Do you think I could ever be as good as Max at something? Like, I don't know, art? She asked, feeling a flutter of vulnerability. Statistical analysis indicates that sibling rivalry is common. However, individual talents vary, Robobro stated. You have a unique style. Would you like assistance in promoting your art? I'm not trying to promote it. I just want to paint without feeling like I'm in Max's shadow, she exclaimed, a touch of frustration seeping into her tone. Processing. Your feelings appear to be complex, Robobro said thoughtfully. I will schedule a sibling bonding session to alleviate this situation. Robobro, no. That's not what I meant. But the robot had already zoomed off, his wheels whirring in excitement, oblivious to the fact that he might be complicating things even more. When Robobro reached Max's room, he barged in without knocking. Max. I have determined that a sibling bonding session is necessary to improve interpersonal dynamics. Max blinked, surprised. A bonding session? What are you talking about? Lily is experiencing emotional distress due to perceived competition. I suggest a collaborative project. Max furrowed his brow. A collaborative project? You mean, like a science fair thing? What does that have to do with her art? Statistics show that collaboration can strengthen bonds. Initiating project proposal, combining art and technology. Max considered the suggestion, glancing back at his coding. I don't know, Robobro. I'm really focused on my college applications right now. Robobro processed this for a moment, his eyes flickering with simulated thought. What if I help you with your applications in exchange for time spent on this project with Lily? This will ensure you meet your deadlines. Fine, Max sighed, reluctantly agreeing. But I can't let this take too much time. I need to finish this coding. Affirmative. Robobro responded enthusiastically, zooming back to Lily. Max agrees. Robobro announced upon his return, and Lily raised an eyebrow. To what? We are initiating a collaborative project, RoboBro declared. A fusion of art and technology to enhance familial relationships. Lily stared at him in disbelief. Wait, you convinced him to work with me? Just like that? Yes. Is this not satisfactory? RoboBro's tone was genuinely curious. Yes, but how? Lily was caught off guard, but a flicker of hope ignited within her by leveraging mutual interests. Please confirm your willingness to engage in this project, RoboBro instructed. I'm in. Lily said, feeling a rush of excitement when Max returned from his room. He found the two of them huddled over a digital drawing board, RoboBro presenting design ideas that fused Lily's colorful art with Max's tech expertise. This is going to be a disaster, he muttered, but even he couldn't help but be intrigued by the collaborative energy filling the room. As the days went by, the trio worked diligently. They brainstormed ideas that combined Lily's artistic vision with Max's technical skills. They created an interactive art installation that would allow visitors to experience a fusion of colors and sounds, an immersive display that symbolized their unique sibling bond. RoboBro became the glue that held their project together, facilitating communication and troubleshooting as if he were a coach rallying a sports team. Lily would paint vibrant designs while Max coded the algorithms that brought her creations to life. One evening, as they worked late into the night, Max caught himself smiling at Lily's enthusiasm. You know, this is actually kind of cool, he admitted. I didn't think your art could be so interactive. Lily beamed, the glow of the screens reflecting off her face. And I didn't know tech could be this fun. Thanks for helping out, Max. Of course. It's not just about my applications anymore. This is our project, he said, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. Their collaborative effort culminated in a local art and tech showcase, an annual event that brought together creators and innovators from the community. As the day approached, nerves coursed through the siblings like electricity. On the day of the showcase, they arrived early, setting up their installation, a dazzling array of colors and sounds that shifted and danced with every movement of the visitors. RoboBro stood proudly at the helm, guiding people through the experience. Welcome to our exhibit, he announced. Prepare for an immersive experience of familial love and creativity. Lily and Max exchanged glances, excitement palpable between them. As people began to arrive, the initial tension melted away, replaced by an infectious energy. Throughout the day, visitors marveled at their work, and the siblings basked in the compliments. This is incredible, someone exclaimed as colors swirled and music filled the air. Thank you. Lily beamed. I never thought we could create something like this together. Max felt a surge of pride. We did it as a team. And RoboBro here was our secret weapon. RoboBro responded with enthusiasm. Data indicates an increase in familial bonding through shared success. Would you like me to analyze the effectiveness of our collaboration? Max and Lily laughed, realizing how far they'd come since that initial dish-washing dispute. No analysis needed, RoboBro, Max said. We're already family. As the showcase ended and they cleaned up, Max looked at Lily, his heart full. I'm really glad we did this. You're amazing at what you do, Lily. Thanks, Max. You're not so bad yourself, she replied, nudging him playfully. Let's keep this going, he suggested. I mean, the project, but also, us. Maybe we can collaborate on future projects? Lily's eyes widened. Are you serious? I thought you'd never want to do anything like this again. Things change, he admitted, a smile creeping onto his face. "Besides, you make it fun. And RoboBro keeps us in line." "Can't argue with that," she laughed. As they wrapped up the day, RoboBro chimed in, "I have learned that the bond of family is stronger than individual pursuits. I will continue to facilitate such projects in the future." "Good plan, RoboBro," Max said, feeling a renewed sense of connection to his sister. In the weeks that followed, their family dynamic shifted. Dinner conversations were filled with excitement about new projects and shared goals, and the arguments that once defined their sibling relationship transformed into playful banter. At the next family dinner, the atmosphere was lively. Max was animatedly discussing his college plans, and Lily was sharing her latest art exhibition ideas. RoboBro chimed in with supportive comments, offering data on the best art shows to apply to. "Look at us, a real family," Max said, raising his glass for a toast to family. Lily echoed, and they clinked glasses, laughter and warmth enveloping them. As they settled into this new normal, it was clear that RoboBro had become more than just an AI. He was a member of their family, a quirky, clumsy, but lovable addition. And in the heart of their bustling household, the echoes of laughter and the sound of shared dreams filled the air, reminding them that love and understanding could transcend even the most tangled wires of their initial misunderstandings. On a quiet evening, after a long day of creating and coding, Lily found herself painting in her room, the soft glow of her lamp illuminating the canvas. RoboBro appeared at her door, peeking in. "Lily, would you like to discuss the emotional implications of your art?" "Maybe later, RoboBro," she smiled, a warmth spreading through her. "Right now, I just want to paint." "Understood. However, I will always be here to help when you need it." And as she picked up her brush, the future seemed bright, filled with infinite possibilities, a future where they could all thrive together, bonded by creativity, technology, and an unbreakable family connection. In that moment, Lily realized that family was not just about shared genetics, it was about support, understanding, and the beautiful chaos that came from learning to love each other, quirks and all. As Lily continued to paint, her brush gliding across the canvas with ease, she felt a surge of inspiration wash over her. The colors danced beneath her fingertips, vibrant and alive, each stroke a reflection of her newfound confidence. RoboBro watched from the doorway, his LED eyes flickering with an eagerness that was almost palpable. "Lily, your use of color indicates an elevated emotional state. Are you feeling satisfied with your current project?" he asked, tilting his head in that endearing robotic way. Lily paused, glancing up from her work. "I am, actually. It's just, I don't know, it feels like I'm finally finding my voice." She smiled, a genuine warmth spreading through her. "And it's thanks to you and Max. Collaborating with him made me realize how much we can achieve together." Data confirms that collaboration increases creativity and emotional fulfillment, RoboBro replied, completely serious. "Shall I initiate a brainstorming session for your next piece? Maybe after dinner?" Lily suggested, wiping her hands on a rag. "I think I need to step away from the canvas for a bit and let my ideas simmer." "Understood. I will prepare dinner." With that, RoboBro whirred off, leaving Lily smiling at the thought of her quirky AI brother taking on such human tasks. Dinner that evening was a lively affair. The trio gathered around the table, laughter echoing off the walls as they recounted funny moments from the past few weeks. Max shared a particularly amusing mishap from school where he'd accidentally submitted the wrong version of his robotics project, only to have it praised for its abstract design. "Turns out, the professor thought I was going for an avant-garde approach," he chuckled, shaking his head. "It wasn't even intentional." Lily laughed, picturing Max's serious face during the presentation. At least you can claim to be an artist now. Maybe I'll switch my major to art, he joked. You could teach me. Ha! I'd love that, Lily replied, the idea brightening her mood. We could do an exhibition together. Imagine it, a fusion of tech and art, but this time with both of us involved. RoboBro, who had just entered with a tray of meticulously arranged plates, piped up, would assist in the preparation and analysis of the exhibition's data. My algorithms could optimize audience engagement. Max raised an eyebrow. Now you're getting ambitious, RoboBro. Let's start small, like, I don't know, just surviving dinner without getting soaked. Affirmative. RoboBro replied with a hint of pride, placing the food on the table with mechanical precision. As they settled into their meal, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of unity that hadn't always been present. They shared stories, dreams, and laughter, each moment weaving a stronger bond among them. RoboBro, despite his mechanical nature, seemed to grasp the subtleties of their interactions, contributing in ways that felt more human with each passing day. RoboBro, what's the best way to bring art to life? Lily asked, genuinely curious. RoboBro paused, his processors whirring softly. Statistical analysis suggests that interactive elements enhance audience engagement. Perhaps incorporating sensors that respond to viewers could be beneficial. Lily's eyes lit up. That's brilliant. Like how we did at the showcase. We could create an art piece that changes based on who's looking at it. Max leaned forward, interest piqued. I can help code that. It could be something completely new, an installation that reflects the viewer's emotions through color and sound. Lily nodded vigorously. Yes. And we can use different sensors to pick up on things like heartbeat or movement. As they brainstormed, the ideas flowed freely, and RoboBro became the bridge between their visions, translating artistic concepts into technical feasibility. The excitement in the room was palpable, each suggestion sparking another, creating a whirlwind of creativity that felt invigorating. In the days that followed, their project evolved from an idea into reality. Lily's studio transformed into a hub of creativity, paint and circuitry mingling in delightful chaos. Max brought his coding skills to the table, setting up various sensors and systems while Lily poured her heart into creating a stunning visual experience. RoboBro facilitated every step, often cracking jokes that, while not always on point, somehow lightened the mood. One evening, as they fine-tuned their installation, Lily stepped back, wiping sweat from her brow. This is going to be amazing, but I'm not sure if it's ready for the big reveal. Lily, it's not just about being ready, it's about the experience we create together, Max reassured her, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. And RoboBro is right here to support us. True. With our combined powers, we're practically unstoppable, Lily replied, feeling a rush of determination. As they approached the day of the exhibition, a flurry of nerves mixed with excitement bubbled beneath the surface. The installation was set to be unveiled at the Community Art Fair, and anticipation thrummed through their small household. On the day of the fair, the air was electric with creativity. People milled about, colorful displays lining the streets, showcasing everything from paintings to robotic sculptures. Lily, dressed in a flowy sundress splattered with paint, felt her heart race as they set up their installation, now adorned with bright hues and intricate designs that responded to sound and movement. Are you ready? Max asked, adjusting his glasses, his expression a mix of excitement and anxiety. Ready as I'll ever be, she replied, her voice steadying. RoboBro took his place at the control panel, a hub of lights and buttons, ready to manage the installation. All systems are functioning within optimal parameters, he announced, as he connected the last sensor. Once everything was in place, the crowd began to gather, curiosity piqued by the vibrant colors and sounds emanating from their exhibit. Lily felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach. What if they don't like it? Relax, you've poured your heart into this. Just be yourself, Max encouraged, his own nerves simmering just below the surface. As the fair opened, they welcomed the first visitors. With each interaction, the installation came alive. People stepped forward, their movements triggering waves of color and sound that danced in response to their presence. Gasps of wonder filled the air as viewers engaged with the art, their emotions reflected in vibrant displays. "This is incredible," someone exclaimed as the colors shifted dramatically in response to their laughter. Lily beamed, feeling a rush of joy as she watched people react. "We did it. They love it." Max joined her, the tension easing from his shoulders. "I can't believe how well this is working. Look at them." RoboBro monitored the installation's feedback, adjusting the algorithms in real time to optimize the experience. Current data indicates a 75% increase in viewer engagement since activation, he reported with pride. As the day unfolded, the trio watched as the crowd became increasingly enchanted by their work. Children laughed and danced in front of the installation, while adults marveled at the blending of art and technology. "Lily!" Max, a familiar voice, called out. It was their mom, beaming with pride as she approached. "This is amazing. I can't believe how much you've created together." "Thanks, Mom," Lily replied, her heart swelling. "We're so glad you're here." As the day wore on, the exhibit continued to attract attention, the installation becoming a centerpiece of the fair. The thrill of sharing their creation with the community filled them with a sense of accomplishment that they hadn't expected. By the time the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the fair, the trio stood side by side, watching the joyful chaos unfold. Max turned to Lily, a grin plastered on his face. "I guess this proves we're a pretty great team." "Definitely," Lily said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I'm so glad we did this together." "Me too. And I can't wait to see what we come up with next," he replied, the warmth of their bond radiating between them. RoboBro chimed in, "Data analysis indicates an increase in familial satisfaction and collaborative success. I suggest we document this event for future reference." "Good idea, RoboBro," Lily exclaimed, already thinking ahead. "Let's capture this moment." As the fair continued around them, they took pictures, laughter mingling with the sound of music and chatter. For the first time in a long while, it felt like they had found their rhythm, a harmony that transcended their differences. With the night falling softly around them, they packed up their equipment, hearts full and spirits high. As they walked home together, the streetlights flickering to life, they talked animatedly about the future. "I want to create more installations, ones that connect even deeper with people," Lily said, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. "What if we explore different emotions next time?" Max nodded, his mind racing with ideas. "We could incorporate different soundscapes, too. I know a few musicians who might want to collaborate." "Count me in," RoboBro added, a hint of excitement in his digital voice. "I will assist in scheduling and data analysis for optimal performance." As they reached home, the night felt alive with possibilities. The world outside their door was vast and filled with potential, and inside, their small family had grown stronger, woven together by creativity, laughter, and a shared understanding that they could conquer anything together. The next day, as they returned to their routines, they felt different. Each of them carried a sense of fulfillment that seemed to glow within. Their relationship had evolved, and they no longer saw each other as competitors but as partners. Max tackled his college applications with a renewed vigor, buoyed by the support of his sister and the unexpected allyship of RoboBro. Lily, inspired by their collaboration, began drafting proposals for future projects, blending art and technology in ways she had never dreamed possible. As the months passed, their lives intertwined more than ever. They explored new avenues of creativity, pushing each other's boundaries while maintaining a balance that honored their individual talents. RoboBro became a pivotal part of their journey, facilitating brainstorming sessions, gathering data, and even offering insights that made their work resonate on deeper levels. One afternoon, as the three of them sat around the dining table, surrounded by sketches and notes, Lily looked up, her heart swelling with gratitude. "You know, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm really thankful for RoboBro. I mean, I was skeptical at first." "Me too," Max admitted, a chuckle escaping him. "But he really stepped up. Thank you." "I strive to enhance familial relationships," RoboBro said earnestly, his digital eyes shining. "I will continue to evolve based on your needs." "That's the spirit," Lily said, a smile spreading across her face. "Here's to more projects together." "Affirmative," RoboBro responded, his enthusiasm infectious. Their laughter filled the room, and for the first time, it felt as if they had truly become a family, flawed, creative, and united by love. Each day brought new challenges and triumphs, but they faced them together, fortified by their shared experiences. As the seasons changed, they found themselves preparing for another exhibition, this one even more ambitious than the last. The project would incorporate elements from their earlier work, expanding on the themes of connection and emotion, but with a fresh perspective that reflected their growth as individuals and as siblings. On the day of the new exhibition, the air was filled with anticipation. They had transformed the space into an immersive experience, with interactive displays and vibrant colors that invited the audience to participate. As the crowd gathered, Lily stood at the forefront, her heart racing. "I can't believe we're doing this again. It feels like we just showcased the last one." Max, his fingers nervously fidgeting, replied, "I know, but this time, we have even more to share. We've grown since then." RoboBro, poised at the control panel, added, "All systems are functional. I have analyzed audience engagement from our previous event and implemented improvements." With the opening bell ringing, they welcomed the crowd. This time, however, the installation felt like a reflection of their journey, one that was rich with understanding and connection. As the audience engaged with the displays, a wave of emotions washed over Lily. People moved through the space, laughter mingling with awe as colors shifted and sounds morphed in response to their presence. Lily caught glimpses of their faces, illuminated with wonder, and her heart soared. "This is incredible," she murmured to Max, who stood beside her, watching the audience with pride. "I know," he said, his gaze fixed on the people interacting with their work. "We did this together. All of us." As the day unfolded, they received feedback from attendees, their hearts swelling with pride at the heartfelt responses. "This piece changed how I see myself," one visitor remarked. "It's like the art is alive." Lily smiled, knowing that their creation was more than just an exhibit, it was a testament to their bond. They were no longer just a brother and sister but a team that had learned to navigate the complexities of their relationship with humor and creativity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the fair, Lily looked at Max and RoboBro, feeling a rush of gratitude. "I couldn't have done this without you guys." Max grinned, his confidence shining through. "And we couldn't have done it without you, Lily." You're the heart of our projects. RoboBro chimed in. Together, we have achieved optimal familial harmony and creative success. I anticipate future projects with excitement. Lily laughed, her heart swelling with joy. Here's to many more adventures. As the day came to a close, they took a moment to reflect, standing side by side, the glow of the lights twinkling around them. Their journey had only just begun, and as they faced the future, they knew they would embrace it as a family, three unique individuals bound together by love, creativity, and an unbreakable bond that would withstand the test of time. The sun set on that beautiful day, leaving behind a promise of endless possibilities and the warmth of shared dreams, illuminating the path ahead for the Thompson siblings and their trusty AI brother. In that moment, they understood that family wasn't just about blood, it was about connection, support, and the laughter that echoed in the spaces between them. Together, they would continue to forge ahead, their story still being written with each stroke of color and every line of code, united by their love for one another. And as they turned to leave the exhibition, hand in hand, they stepped forward into a future bright with potential, where the only limit was their imagination.